helps to have your microphone unmuted when you're trying to say hello. I will eat as fast as I want to, Sarah. No, I'm trying to take it slow. Dinner only just got here, of course, like, as I go live. It's usually how it works. But that's okay! Hi, hello, welcome, friends. I love you guys. Hold on, I gotta move my microphone a little further away from me, because I'm screaming. Hi. Let me say hello. And choke on my saliva. Fruity, Emmy, Sarah, Bono, hi, welcome. How's it going, my friends? How are you doing? How are things? I gotta pour myself a drink. I tried to be ready on time, but I was working on a thing, and I only just got it done a minute after 4, technically. It's fine. So the real question is...
Great. Happy stream anniversary.
Thank you for the video, Sarah. Let me turn Kimmerl up, because she be quiet right now. And that's not great. We'll turn her up a little bit. See how that works. I did a thing. So the question, the question is, do you wanna see the thing now? Or do we wanna wait until later when more people are here? We can also show it off a couple of times throughout the stream. That's an option. Grip it and rip it. If I share it now though, we can wait till there's more people. That's fine. We're gonna be going for a while. Which is gonna be exciting, and I'm here for it. I don't know. I had this whole thing planned out, and then minutes before I like hit the going live button, my brain just like completely shit out on me, and I've lost every single plan that I had, but it's fine. General idea, we're gonna play Maid of Sker today, because that's the first game that we played on the channel a year ago. Sorry, that's wild to me, to think that it's been a whole damn year. And it's gonna be good. I'll get sappy about it a little later. It'll be fine. But yeah, we can always like figure out other things to do in between all that stuff. Excuse me while I shove more pizza in my face. But yeah, how is everyone doing? How are you guys? Good. I'm glad. I'm super excited and stoked and just generally... Oh, I'm muted. Oh, I was muted. Fucking hell. But, yeah. Panda, hello, welcome. How's it going? I'm glad you're doing good, Fruity. I'm glad that, Cruelty Squad, that you beat that level. Glad that you're also doing well, Panda. Happy house sitting, Emmy. Doggo cuddles are always great. I'm dang excited about stuff. It's been a hell of a time. So to have something nice to kind of like cap it all off with is lovely. Alright. You know what? No. You know what? Sarah! Thank you for the gifts of you beautiful human being, you. My god. Okay, I know I said I was gonna wait until later to show off the thing. I mean, If that's what you want to do, we appreciate it, but it's not expected. We're just happy to have you here. But yeah, I know I said I was gonna wait. We said that we would wait till later to show off the thing. I'm gonna show it off now. We can always play it later for everyone else. So, give me a second to make sure that I've, like, actually got this working. It's gonna take a second. Oh, no, that's the wrong thing. Don't open that up. Don't open that up. No, exit. Wrong. Incorrect. I've done it bad already. Okay. Are you guys ready? Please tell me this works. I really hope it does. Yeah, she's very pleased. Her little paws are going.
Okay.
Aren't they, BB? Stop! Stop! He and I are getting married.
Seems like it. He's pretty partial to you.
I don't know why. I was calling him names the entire time.
Well, maybe that's his kink.
He's into that shit.
Yeah, that's what we read already. Oh, God, I hate it. Oh, no, that's a table. Where is she?
I don't know.
I don't know where she is, but I got the Oh, see? Six still loves me. And then they let go. No, please, can you pull me up now? Please pull me up. You bitch! Please, 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 please. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. No! No, 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 no! Okay, sorry. Also, do you want to see the bridge?
Oh yeah.
It's a good bridge.
Fun. Oh, I see. It's a covered bridge.
It is, so that it doesn't...
Hey, so about your cart.
Oh no, Marshall's gonna be so mad. Out here. Please, one at a time. They will not divide us. We are strong. We will solve this raft problem to... Oh my god, the mayor is dead! Fuck. Well, at least he launched me up. There is no duck option. Okay, you know what? Goat, 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 goat. Gotta pet the goat. Gotta pet the goat. Good, good goat. Love you, goat. Odd. That right there.
I can't interact.
Fuck. What? What? What?
I hear it breathing.
It's back there! What the fuck? Alright, I don't think I can get anything in the basement currently. I didn't like that. I'm gonna try and catch some more of your streams. Ah! Ah! Oh shit! Oh no! Oh, I saw her! She got in my face! Maria, I am busy!
How do you drop items?
What is
Ah!
Has anybody been upstairs in the barn?
He's the witch. Yeah! Yeah! Holy shit! Oh, that was very good. Okay, cool. I'm on the toilet. I'm vulnerable. No! 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 Let me pull my lantern out. Please? Please, please, sir, I'm pooping! No! okay, let's go. Let's fucking go!
As the music starts. Okay, here we go.
World's glitching. Man, I hate it when that happens. Where am I supposed to go? Up here. Oh, hi, hallway. That's gonna be me as soon as I'm able to go to a concert. Just phasing in and out of reality to slam dance. It's gonna be good. No, no.
I figured you'd turn up since I haven't seen you in a while, but I never expected to see you here.
Nagito? Huh? Why are you in such a dangerous place?
Same to you. Why are you here?
I heard the body discovery announcement, and I thought something happened in this room.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skull will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
I just want to point out I have turned that down. Where the heck did that hideous thing come from? Can I kick them out? Yes. What should I draw? A butt! Immediate reactions. It's done! It's a butt! Be like, I'm so much better than everyone because I am an artiste. My artwork is my struggle against the world, and that's my impression of this man right here. I'm gonna stop before it gets out of hand. I write about what the eyes cannot see. Sir. Yar! I write about what the eyes can't see! Is that better? Man juice. No, leave Monolith Friend alone! No, leave Monolith Friend alone! Oh, okay, you're just climbing him. Okay, that's acceptable. His little Rottweiler tail. Oh, he's riding Buddy! Away they go! His little Bahuki! But why is this so epic? Oh, Emmy, here. I got a... They didn't want us looking at the Lamias, I'm sorry!
Is this real?
Pretty in it, but now she won't be able to wear it again.
Yeah?
That dress. I can't find that
Are
dress.
you wiping your face with a hot dog?!
Her dress. Where is it? Without it, she looked so pretty when she wore it for prom.
When I see Mrs. Hutchins today, she will ask how I am, like every morning. I will answer, good, thank you. Oh no! Thanks, guys, for sticking around with me for a whole dang year. For a whole dang year! A whole dang year! That was a whole dang year! Maybe later. Maybe we'll play it again later. Yeah. Sarah! Thank you for the sub! You don't gotta I mean, you gotta follow some of the rules. That's not a rule, though, but thank you! Yeah, I'm already getting all mushy about everything. It's fine. But yeah, we've been streaming for a year, and it's weird and wild and wacky, and it's just been a delightful experience, and I'm excited to see what other weird, wild, wacky things we can get up to in the next year, you know? Also, subscribing for 3 months in advance? Aw, dang! Aw, dang! So yeah, I guess, do we want to start this game? Do you want to start this dang game? We're not... Fruity, you can keep hoping. We're not gonna play Slender this year. It's not gonna happen. Slender D8 pages will never happen. Sorry, buddy. It's not. It's not. You can't... You couldn't pay me enough money to play that game. You couldn't. It's not gonna happen. Oh.
Everyone has a price.
Yo, you buy me a house. If you buy me a house, if you all collectively buy me a house, I will play Slender. It's not gonna happen. But, thank you for the videos though, Sarah. I appreciate it. So yeah, like I said, plan today is to play some more Maid of Sker. It's gonna be fantastic and lovely and wonderful, and I'm very excited to revisit this game because we haven't played it since we started streaming. It'll be interesting to revisit it. I said buy. I didn't say steal. You have to legally acquire a house for me. Don't actually, please. Dear God. Y'all. It's a joke, it's a bit, and I'm gonna give up on the bit because I'm scared of what y'all are capable of doing. But, Jesus Christ. Alright. I'm gonna stop getting distracted by everything. I know you guys take some of the shit that I say seriously, and I don't want this to be the one. But yeah, let's just go ahead and do the thing. Let me get this game up and running. Hey game. Love you too, Bano. Love, 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 love. Hey game, where's your sound? Hey game, why are you muted? Alright. But yeah, I'm definitely just gonna be like about everything today. It's gonna be fine. Also, what is my hair doing? What is this? What are these bits of hair doing that are just sticking out of this bun? Hey. Whatever. I don't actually give a shit. Here we are. Maid of Sker. Maid of Sker? I don't remember how they say it. It's Welsh. I do remember really enjoying this game, so it'll be very interesting to replay it. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. I think we played on normal, and we discussed playing it on hard, which I'm fine with. Is this actually what we want to do? Do we actually want to play on hard, on the hard difficulty? I don't remember it being terribly difficult. Once we, like, when we played on normal. Yeah, we want to go hard mode? Fun fact, I usually play most of my games on hard, when I'm not on stream. I was that kid. I don't think the story changes other than what it lists here, which is limited saves, enemies appear earlier and are much stronger, and enemies will pursue you more ruthlessly. Story elements don't change, though. I'm only a fake gamer on stream. That's how we get views, right? Being fake gamers? Anyone who plays games are gamers. For clarification. It's a joke. It's a bad joke, but it's a joke. I mean, we're here for the long run anyway. So, like, what do y'all want? Should I set it up as a poll? I mean, I'm here for that. I'm here for people to play your game however the fuck you want. Honestly. Realize that probably came off as like some weird attempt at a flex, and it wasn't. I'm just saying, like, I don't know what I'm saying at this point. Here, I am gonna set this up as a poll though. So we're here to do what you guys want. Fail reels aren't a bad thing, but you definitely want it to be enjoyable for you, and if you want to play it on easy, fucking go for it. I'm here for that. You know? Hold on. I was gonna say, even if we finish before we actually want to be done with stream, there's like there's this weird like shooting mode, essentially like a mercenaries mode from Resident Evil. But yeah, I don't know. I like having the challenge, but again, like, if I'm on stream, it's not necessarily fun for me to just be. I always feel like I need to make more progress than I do just trying to get through something difficult on stream. And so if I play it on hard and I get stuck on something, it's definitely a little less fun. But we've also played, for this game, we have played it before. We're familiar with it, but it looks like normal difficulty is winning out. This is fine. We can do normal. I'm gonna wait just in case miraculously 4 people vote hard. But yeah, it's normal mode. That's fine. I'm here for whatever, honestly. I'm just excited to play this game again. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? We can... Oh, I guess this doesn't matter, does it? Okay. Yeah, it's fine.
Dearest Thomas, these are not words I wish to write.
Also shocked it didn't get tied.
My father has learned of our plans, my love.
That looks like
Yet
it's
there is
fairly
more,
loud.
far worse, that I wish you to understand, but I fear you may believe me taken with madness. My father seeks to use me, as I have come to believe he used my poor mother. He wishes me to sing for him as she did. To become the star attraction that will draw good folk to this accursed spit of land. My refusal to do so has led to my confinement here at Sker Hotel.
Scared,
I
that's how we
cannot
say
explain
it.
further, but ask that you trust me. I beseech you to compose a melody for me, a counter to the song contained within this locket of my mother's. I realize this request will seem strange, that your first thought will be to come straight here, but without your composition, all hope of holding back the darkness gathering here will be lost. Your love, always, Elizabeth.
Excitement! I'm gonna mess around with the sound settings here in a second. None but a pure heart can sing. Wow. Wow. Why'd you gotta go and do that? So dang loud. Unnecessary, to say the least. So yeah, I remember how this ends, but I don't remember how we got to the ending. So it'll be interesting to see how that applies. Let's go ahead and turn that down a smidge. I was gotta go for the good number, right? That looks like it's better. If it's too quiet, though, let me know. Subtitles are all on. Okay. Hello, sheet music. Oh, you're just not very sensitive, are you? That's okay. None pure left. Exactly. God, it's gonna be so nice to have this game, like, actually run the way it should. Because I was still playing on a potato computer. When I first started streaming. And I have since upgraded. Got the locket and the sheet music. We cannot open any of these. Let's go. Okay. What's this? Grand reopening, Sker Hotel. Special performance by Elizabeth Williams, the new Maid of Sker, daughter of famed singing sensation Prudence Williams. Enjoy the Hey, I wasn't done reading that. Enjoy the restorative peace and spa waters of Scar Point. 30th of October, 1897. Oh, dang. I want to say I was throwing around the idea of achievement hunting as well. Do we want to? I think we got, like, a lot of the achievements at the time. I think most of the ones are for that, like, weird extra mode that I'd mentioned. Oh, so thank you for pulling the content warning up, Travis. I got it. I set it up. I was good. Scare Point and Sker Hotel. Oh, right. We start breathing heavy when we run too much. The little musician buddy's gotta work on his cardio. Or get an inhaler. That's the same as earlier. I remember this game being real pretty. Beware of dog! Hello? We just singing at the gates. Excitement! It's a good game. Yeah, no, this was the very first game that we played on the channel. So I'm not shocked that not everyone has seen it. Real pretty, real good. Like I said, I remember enjoying it. And thought it was like, it was just a very good experience all the way around. Not the werewolves.
And it was in no small part due to my newfound fame and fortune that we were able to open Sker Hotel and embark on the charitable work which... Mother?
Be aware, dog.
Darling, can't you see I'm recording? What have I told you? Never to interrupt when the door is closed. I'm sorry, Mother. Well, no harm done. I shall record this again later. But while you're here, my darling, why not sing for me? Of course, Mother.
Sing! Oh! I didn't! Thank you for pointing that out to me. I don't know how that happened. Thank you, Panda. Well, let me finish cleaning my glasses because they are filthy. Oh, that's much better. Thank you for pointing that out. I think I might have just misclicked earlier when I was trying to set things up. Well, that's embarrassing. Hopefully it hadn't been like that for too terribly long. Anira, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. Okay, so... music. Music is a big theme in this dang game. That is nothing I can look at. Someone enjoyed bird watching. Sub if you like. You don't gotta. We appreciate it though. Sarah! Are you gonna go gift sub crazy? Also, pretty lights. Doggo! Let me pet the doggo. Let me pet the doggo. Hello, puppy. Come here. Come here. No, come here. Let's just ignore the big weird flower light that was over this very dejected, terrible pond. But dog! If you need to look at the content warnings, they were posted a little earlier, but if you need to pull them up, you can always do !CW. I think... I want to say that the big ones are... kidnapping, being stalked. You got lots of enemies stalking you at all times. Trying to recall. It's, I mean, there's some blood and violence. I think the dog can die if you make bad choices. We played for both the endings, when we originally did this. I can do that again, otherwise I'm gonna shoot for the good ending. I'm not gonna kill the doggo. I'm not gonna kill the doggo. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I'm not gonna kill the dog! Things on fire and animal cruelty possible. There you go. Yeah. Thank you. But yeah, like I said, if you ever need to know what content is in the game, we usually list, not usually, we always list the content warnings, either by, listing a link to Does the Dog Die, which is a really, really great resource, if you don't know about them, or by listing whatever, devs and publishers have put out, or by kind of skimming through stuff real quickly and kind of putting together a list. If there is no available list, we do let you know, just so that you know that it may not be an extensive list for what is possible to show up in the game. Sam! What are you doing? Thank you for the 5 gift subs. You wonderful, darling human being. Thank you, friend. Hi, how are you doing? How's it going? Sarah, thank you for the biddies. Got a hype train happening. I'm still very bad at hyping up hype trains, other than just being like, choo choo, motherfuckers. Sorry. Thanks. It's wild to me to think that it's already been a whole dang year. Oh hi. Oh hi. It's very bright. Yeah, no, it's weird to think that it's already been a whole year. Like, I mean, like, I've wanted to stream for ages. If not stream, then, like, make videos and stuff like that. Amber also got one. So did Isaac and Dr. Octo. And Nino. All are good friends. This game is pretty. It's Thomas. Is that you, Elizabeth?
Thomas! My Thomas! You do not know how wonderful it is to hear your voice.
But yeah, no, it's like I've always wanted to, like, do content creation of some sort. Especially in relation to, like, horror and stuff like that. And so being able to, like, finally do it, thanks to the pandemic of all things, has been really, really great. And I've met so many cool people and have made so many lovely, wonderful friends. And just... You guys are amazing and adorable and fantastic, and I love you.
Choo Choo Beach.
Choo Choo Beach. Thank you for the biddy, Sam. Nah, I love you guys. Sarah! Do. You guys are too nice. Genuinely.
I prayed that you received it, hoped that you would come. I know my request must have seemed strange, and I fear it was all for naught, that everything has changed now.
Birthdays! I mean, it's the stream's birthday. Happy birthday, stream. You guys are too lovely. Genuinely.
I do not have the words or heart to voice it. It is far too terrible to recount.
Yet you need to.
Please
Elizabeth?
be careful, my love.
Hey, Elizabeth?
This place is no longer safe.
But yeah, how's it going today, Sam? How are you doing? How is everyone doing? I know some people, said hello earlier, but there's lots more people here. How is everyone? How are you guys? Also, where are you, Elizabeth?
I'm safe upstairs, but I cannot leave the attic. I've had to lock and bar the door, hide
It's
away
been a
from the
weird
others.
week, and I don't feel like time is a thing that, like, exists anymore. But I was super looking forward to today. Oof! When are you officially done with the moving? If I can ask. 'Cause oof! Moving is the pits. I'm doing pretty good though. Amy, thank you for the biddies. Y'all.
My father and uncle, starved.
Too nice to me.
They've
Happy
been beguiled
birthday,
by the darkness that
stream.
inhabits this place. They are no longer themselves, but
You don't gotta
stalk
do
these
more
halls,
bits if you
attacking
don't
anyone that makes a
gotta.
sound.
Or if you don't want to. Okay.
Please,
Thank
Thomas,
you.
listen carefully.
Allegedly in 2 weeks.
Together we can put a stop to all of this.
Here's hoping. Here's hoping
My father
that the
made recordings
allegedly
on brass cylinders
is an
of a
absolutely.
song, a strange melody that affects the mind.
Also,
If all of
seriously,
the
thank you
cylinders
guys for
play
all the
together on harmony,
bits.
This madness will end. You need to
My
find
last
them
bit.
and bring them to me.
Still feel like Kimrold is very, very quiet. But thank you for your last biddies. The last bits. Sorry. In loving memory of Prudence Williams, 1852 to 1894. Can I, like, continue to look at that? The Maid of Sker. Scare? May your song live on forever. You guys are too kind. Too lovely. Just super fantastic and phenomenal. Let's already...
Hard to play the game with all this.
It's true. Also, she's still very quiet. She's still so quiet. Hey, Kimrold? Stop being so quiet. Oh. Read. try that? Let's try her at that level and see how that works. I feel like I can never get any of the sounds right anymore. Are we gonna... Can I ring all of them? Can we ring all of them? You say no me, but why not all of us? Hey, why not all of us? What's in here? A map! Beautiful, fantastic, lovely, here for it. Oh, what's this? Grand reopening dress rehearsal, the 22nd of October, 1897! Preparation of the Grand Harmonium. Hire additional staff. Ooh, hiccups. Sound checks. Stage preparation. Print bills and flyers for main event on the 30th. Decorations, bunting, and banners. Additional chairs. Order more bottles of wine. Shipment of caviar. Hey, we're all great. And I love you guys. Genuinely, like, streaming and doing stuff, like, in relation to streaming, be it my own or other people's streams, has just been, like, an absolute delight in my life. Hey, level 2 hype train! Choo-choo! Is that a dog? Ah, damn! Conductor Sam coming through. Bum 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 bum. I don't have any Curse Thomas the Train music, so I have to make my own. What's this? What's this? Isaac Williams.
Hunting all hells! Is that filthy mongrel inside again?
Don't yell at the dog.
She still pines is all. She misses...
I'll give it a reason to pine. Come here, you mutt. Abraham? Abraham! Where is that useless brother of mine?
So Dad is bad.
Please, she just misses Mother.
Abraham! Abraham!
So we hate Dad.
This dog once and for all.
My goodness. Can you see Lamia's in that? Cannot. Why? Why is it only Song of Horror that allowed us to see the Lamias in the green lights? It's not fine, but we will resolve it. Also, there's a whole lot of blood here. This is fine, though, right? Like, nothing bad's happened here. Okay, there's a little statue in there. That's locked. West Wing. I do remember that, like, this game likes to just have a bunch of sounds happening basically at all times, regardless of whether there are enemies around. Whole building is just real creaky. Can't go in there yet. I guess let's go up the stairs. Where else are we gonna go? A wine accident! What does that say? Resist its song! Which song? It's definitely just the wind. These little cherubim's up here. Fucking scary. Also, it's very dark over here. Okay, apparently coming up here was not the move. Where are we? We need to be in that hallway? We need to go further down the hallway that we were in. Good to know. Let's go!
Let me out! Who's there? Who are you?
Could ask the same thing, my buddy. My name's Thomas Evans.
Henry Hughes, you must get me out.
No,
Hurry, we must get
Thomas
this door
Evans. Why did
do you
they
think?
lock you in here?
They're clearly rogues.
Why was this so hard to
They're
read?
trying to kidnap me. Please,
Clearly
Henry,
rogues.
Do something.
Clearly. I'll try to find the key.
What? No, don't leave me. They might return any minute. Oh, do something. I can't break it down from my side.
Do you want me to do something, or do you want me to stay here? Stand back. Kick it.
Good. Try again.
Don't! You're gonna break
Other
your
man.
fucking shoulder,
Throw
man.
yourself into it. Wait,
Oh?
they're coming. Oh God, please no. No, don't do this.
That's a stompy boy. You go stomp, stomp, stomp. I don't think that's how it works. Honestly. Maybe he's getting breaking a door down confused with a push or pull sort of situation. Music doll. Thanks, I hate it. Is there anything on it? I think those are collectibles. Oh no. Oh. That's blood. I don't like it when I can't see. Knock, knock, knock. Okay. Not me already getting spooked. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not scared. I still need the key for that. Okay. Why do I feel like there are other places to explore first? Can I get into that room at the end? Before we go down into the bad basement, can we go into the bad religious room? Where the flower light is, again. Alright, what is this? Canst thou draw out Leviathan with an hook, or his tongue with a cord which thou lettest down? Canst thou put an hook into his nose, or bore his jaw through with a thorn? Yeah, it's the Aurora Borealis, don't even worry about it. Will he make many supplications unto thee? Will he speak soft words unto thee? Will he make a covenant with thee? Wilt thou take him for a servant forever? Wilt thou play with him as with a bird underlined? Or wilt thou bind him for thy mistress? Shall she make a banquet of him? Shall she partake of him among others? Canst thou fill his skin with hot iron? Job 41. Therefore I will wail and howl. I will go stripped and naked. I will make a wailing like the dragons and mourning as the sirens. Underlined. Micah 1:8. J.A. Williams, 1874. This time of day in this part of the country, localized entirely to your chapel. Exactly. No, 100%. We are just dang good at capturing the Aurora Borealis for ourselves. No one else can have it, only us. Got a Cerberus cylinder? Sorry, I just got the achievement. Chief Butler. I assume it's because I've been ringing bells. Wish I could ring that bell. Okay, well there's nothing else in here? We gotta go to the bad basement, don't we? Okay. I vaguely remember the bad basement. And I remember it being bad. Okay, let's go! Bad Basement sounds like a period horror film. I'd 100% watch it, though, honestly. Bet it's a cozy basement. I don't know. I mean, definitely not the worst basement we've seen in a horror game. Hi? Just close the door. Is bad bed in the bad basement? Nah, cozy basement's too nice to be an adult film. I would know. Also, there's Abraham. This is where Bad Ben lives. It's confirmed.
Who's there?
It's just me.
How long have you been there, Uncle?
Oh, don't stop, lass. Go on. I enjoy hearing you practice. You've nearly as fine a set of lungs as your mother.
How dare you? Get out! Get out of here now!
Abraham is weird and creepy.
You're just my father's oafish tool.
Tool, am I? What the fuck do you know about it? No. That will be you, lass. You'll soon see. And mark me when I say that the only instrument here is you.
I said get out! Go!
Wowie!
Leave me be!
Of course.
More birds.
As her hoity-toity fucking ladyship commands.
God, that man!
I don't like how Abraham says it, but I do love hoity-toity as a phrase. Okay. Is this too dark for you guys? It's very dark for me. Is there a way to turn the gamma up? Graphics? No. Oh boy. Okay, then I will suffer through the darkness. And I will increase the gamma for you guys. Is that better? I know it looks a little fuzzy, but it is fuzzy. Okay, cool. Hello? Really? What a guy! Good, I'm glad we can all see. It is a very dark game. I wonder if there are more options on the main menu? There might not be. Objective updated. Updated from what to what? I also don't know why just witnessing that hurt me. Oh, because I was scared. I am hurt from fear. My brain's gone all fuzzy. It's fine. I think it's, if I remember, it's more like the damage system is more akin to like the sanity damage you take in Amnesia. Somebody is phoning me on my phone. Where is the phone? But who is phone? Hello? Classic Fruity move. Getting lost in your dang game. Oh! This is where the man was. Okay, I know I'm supposed to be looking for the phone. However, I would like to maybe figure out where everything is. I assume that this is locked. Okay. Well... in here? There's the phone. Hello? Elizabeth, are you there? Are you safe?
I'm here. There was
You and
someone
your
else in the
left-hand
attic
wall.
outside the door, but I think they've gone now.
Elizabeth, there's another man here. Do you know him?
I don't. But you must look to yourself first, Thomas.
Thank you for the bubble, Emmy.
If you should be caught too. They seem to be drawn to sound. You must remain quiet.
I will not. They attacked him! They dragged him away!
Dear God, that's horrific. I dread to think of you being snatched like that too.
Uh-huh, okay.
Our one hope of helping him, helping all of them, is finding the cylinders.
I have one of those. The ones who took that man? They can't see, it seems.
But why? What do you think is wrong with them?
We don't...
I knew noise attracted them, but what happened to their faces?
You're right, like alien isolation, we're doomed. Don't think they can. I do want to play Alien Isolation and, like, connect my mic, though. I would love to do that. I never ended up finishing that game, like every other game I've played.
Well done, my love.
Honestly.
The others should be here in the hotel or in the grounds.
And I would like to see if I can get past the xenomorph with
the
my mic
utmost
connected.
care. And if I don't answer, it means I've had to hide. That they've come back.
You okay, Elizabeth? That's fine. That's fair. I think one of the issues that I ended up having with it is that it felt way too long. Like, oh, Jesus. At first it was really tense and ridiculous and super spooky, but then the scariness ended up just being more frustrating because you were just so tense all the time that it started wearing off and going from being scared to just annoyed. But that's honestly like the downfall of... Oh, it's so dark in there. That's the downside to most horror games, is that they are just way too long. Like, I don't mind... that was a reported complaint. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one alone in that. Hold on. These boards are, scary. We're gonna get tetanus. Excuse you! Back up, buddy! I forgot there was a breath mechanic! No, absolutely. That is, like, a super common, tactic that most game devs use. Is to, like, pad out their game so that it's longer because, you know, you say that your game is 6 hours long and everyone freaks out and you're like, that's not long enough! Blah, blah, blah! And it's like, okay, but not every game has to be a 40-plus hour experience. In fact, I would much prefer it... Thought I could hear breathing coming in from there. I would much prefer it if not every single game that I played was a 40+ hour experience. Preferably. Maybe that's just me. But, oh, voice mod mode. Do you have a preference for which voice mod we use, or do you want us to just randomize that shit for you, Sam? Hold on, I'm trying to get it to show up. Hey, voice mod? The most chaotic one. Alright. We'll have to figure out what that is. As a... as a group, we will have to determine what the most chaotic is. Give me just a second to figure out what's going on. Is it the birthday reggae one? Or is it the baby one? Do you want the baby? Would you like to see the baby? Alright, hold on just a second. I think it's the baby. I think it's the baby. The birthday one is honestly less chaotic and more just hoof.
Here's the baby though, assuming that it's on. Is it on? Are we babies now? I think we're babies now. Hello, I am a little baby. Is this the one you want? I know Amy said that we could try to cycle through some. Just gonna randomize it.
See what shows up. Here's the doctor. I'm gonna turn the background effects off because that sounds miserable. Mind you, I can't hear what these sound like, so you're gonna have to keep me updated on which is the worst.
We've also got helium. Here's some helium for ya.
Here's Ghost. I feel like that's the voice of someone talking to me. They're fat because they're keeping me in the basement. The doctor voice. Let's see what else we got.
This one is called Sentinel. Sentinel? I don't know what this one sounds like, but hopefully it's great. Here,
We got magic chords. Doctor voice sounds vaguely like a Dalek. Emmy seems set on Ghost. But it is Sam's choice, ultimately. Sounds like the Transformers movie. Gross. Ghost is a good one. Alright. Where did Ghost go? Ghost! Yo, where? There it is. Alright, Ghost it is. Oops, almost set my timer for 17 minutes. Timer's on. You got 5 minutes of this dang voice. Are you excited and ready? I'm excited and ready. Spooky. We're so scary. I vaguely remember what this one sounds like, but I don't fully recall. It's been a minute since I've completely messed around with all the voice settings and listened to them myself. Is this the one the WoW clip was from? I think that one. was, I vaguely remember it being like a T-Pain one. That was a good WoW though. A powerful WoW, as you said. I am just trying to find items. And I'm not finding any items. So I guess we'll disregard that for the time being. Hello? Hello? I hear you stomping around. I hear you stomping around, but I don't see you. I need to get out of the dust. Gotta take a deep breath, because apparently holding our breath for not even 5 seconds is too much. What's this? Henry heals his music sheet. Okay, thanks, Henry. I need to go through at some point and sample all of the different voices we have. So that y'all know what we got, what we're working with, you know? And also so we can avoid ones that are just like, that you can't actually understand. Okay, these are all locked. Let's just flip that switch. Let's just go. Look, I'm not even concerned. We're not even worried about it. Gorilla one was very disappointing. I expected more from it. But no, I definitely need to go through and kind of like filter out the ones that aren't great. You like this? Not the worried eyebrows. Oh, I'm so concerned. I don't like that sound. Oh, I'm just a worried little ghost. Oh. Has anyone seen a TikTok that was going around that's like, I'm just a little kobold, don't hurt me. I have 1 health and I don't drop good loot. I'm a little kobold. I'm so sorry, captions. I need to find a better captioning program, honestly. I mean, I know none of them are fantastic. Can you not breathe at me, Forrest? Thank you. No, stay over there. Don't come over here. It's true, no captioning program is powerful enough for this, but I'm sure it can be a little better. I've also noticed that my captioning programs, me specifically, there's something about the way that I speak that throws them off.
A body has been discovered.
Oh, damn! All done. All ding ding done. All ding ding done. Thank you, Sam, for the wild, wacky time that you have just granted us. Well, I'm gonna move my microphone just a little further away from me. Yeah, thank you. I'm back. It's me again. Yeah, no, like I was saying, there's something about the way that I speak that captions just despise. It's like it thinks I have an accent, which I don't think I do. Those ghosts of a little ooh ghost. Not the Ulu ghost. Sap! You just walked by the fire! It's not even throwing smoke at you! My god! Of course, now we get to read something. Mysterious note. I hear whispers. Sorry, my phone just went off. I hear whispers of the Williams family and their evil deeds they have committed. There's too much circumstance to suggest they are not honest men. The leader of these criminals, Jebediah Williams, not Jebediah, the head of the Williams family. They are more than humble fishermen with deep pockets. It is unusual and suspicious. Yeah, no, we had this conversation last time too. My dang family coming through, just being evil motherfuckers. I am sure they are the cause of the missing ships around Sker Island in recent years. Poor lost souls of each vessel, collateral for lining the poor lost souls of each vessel, collateral for lining their pockets. Hidden on their land, I am going to find the truth. The rumors must have some morsel of truth to them. The Williams family are smugglers, wreckers, and murderers! I will expose them, and the good people will know the truth. Gonna talk about truth, everybody gotta know. Oh. Y'all seen Reefer Madness? The musical, not the 1920s propaganda nonsense. It's a good movie. It's got Kirsten Bell in it. And Nev Campbell, as well as her brother, Christian, I think is his name. But yeah, that was like one of the first things that I ever saw Kirsten Bell in, which was really funny, especially like, you know, however many years ago that it was that Frozen came out. Because everyone's like, I love her from such and such show. And I'm like, I know this lady from a movie about weed. I mean, the 1920s propaganda one is very funny in that it's just so inaccurate. I have to seize. No, I don't. Fuck! That was mean. I had to sneeze and then I didn't, and then I did, and then I didn't. It was right there too! Fucking hell. Oh, what was I saying? I mean, it's definitely... It's one I would recommend watching not sober.
For the lost sneeze.
Thank you. Can we get an F in chat for the lost sneeze? Thank you for the videos, Sarah. But, no, the musical, very good. We should definitely watch it sometime. It's a hoot. It's got, shit, what's his name? Alan Cummings? Alan Cummings is like the narrator, as well as like a bunch of other characters that just show up for like 10 seconds at a time. It's very good. Good movie. Good music. Don't. Sneezes lost forever. It's okay. It's better this way. I don't need to heal, though. Stop telling me to heal. Where am I going? Here. Not here. What's his name? Emmy, no! Emmy, no! No, Alan Cummings. Fucking brilliant actor. Love him. Here? There's no map available for this area. Is this it? This is it. Just wipe your hands all over it! Spooky people! Sarah, thank you for the bubble. Don't look at me, I'm not here! I thought you couldn't see, motherfucker! Stop! Stop! What are you doing? Stop! What are you doing? Thomas! Granger is even more potent than Shooter. Too bad we can't take any with us. Oh! Hello, sir! That's a bad sound. Thinkable. Stop! What are you doing? Thomas, we all know you have to give it a good 45 to 90 seconds before popping out behind wherever you're hiding. Also, you have a thing in your wrist! Get that out of there! Or maybe don't. How thick is it? Fun fact, you got a thing in you, and you have no way to cover it up and stop it from bleeding. Just leave it in for a little bit. He needs some milk! Fucking hell. Did they? It's probably... Okay, you know what? It's probably because... the filter that I have over it has a key color type. Which I don't want. I just want you guys to be able to see. Alright, so we've got Jebediah's cult letter. Obviously not a great group if he's, I mean, he knows it. He's labeling his letter as a cult letter. Hi! Hi! Here. Why stick with just drawn Lamias when you can have an actual Lamia? Not that the drawn Lamias are bad. Doesn't beat the real thing, though. What are you doing? Huh? She heard. She knew we were talking about her. Hey, can we come over here so you can say hi? Hi! Mwah. She's very loud now. She's back to just being loud all the time, which is great. Hi. Means she's feeling good. Hi. You gonna lick? My little stinky cat. My little stinky cat. I love my stinky cat. You're a stinky cat. I'm gonna set you down, okay? There you go. You've brought the cat-see back. Hi! I don't have anything for you right now, Bean. Okay? Boop. Alright, got a cult letter going on. Dearest brothers and sisters, this High Council of the Quiet Ones invites you... Oh, sorry. This High Council of the Quiet Ones invites you to revere in the power from the song of our source. Together, we will attain true control. Be assured to bring your offering of flesh and bone, to sacrifice the weakness within, to join us in the ritual of rebirth. Remember your garments of the quiet ones to shield from the weak leeches of the sacrifice. Our beloved silent disciple, Prudence, has volunteered for the position of priestess. This is a high honor for us all. Her position will be anointed at our next gathering of the brothers and sisters. Yours quietly, Jebediah Williams. Yeah, alright, Jebediah. Whatever you say, buddy. Hey, what's in here? There's the llamas. It's because I got the, like I said, it's because I got the color key up, which I can't turn
That's
off.
all well and good you saying that, but I don't see why I shall need your assistance.
I like it less than you. I have other jobs need attending, but your father insisted. Make sure she practices. She must be ready.
I don't know that that's making that much of a difference.
Be ready for what?
This here contraption is spinning, so go on with you. Start your singing.
You said be ready for what?
Well, how should I fucking know my brother's mind? Fucking hell, lass, are you bloody well gonna sing or what?
Fine then.
I might just turn it off and y'all can suffer in darkness with me. Hold on, let me actually see if I can do something about this. Ah, there we go. Also, welcome back, Sarah. Okay, alright. I think that's better? You missed a kitten. Lamia came over to say hello. I fixed it so it's not a chroma key anymore. But y'all should be able to still see. What's in here? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yeah. Cat invasion has been fixed. Shouldn't happen anymore. Oh, look! It's the dang light show. I mean, we can't fix the cat, but we can make it so that the kitty cat doesn't show up every 10 seconds when something green shows up on screen. We do appreciate the surprise Lamias, but I feel like they get a little distracting at times. Alright, Isaac's account of HMS Providence, 3rd of February, 1874. Storm of the century battered the island last night. The men, they say, to have spotted a vessel off the coast, and my father has ordered us to extinguish the flames of the beacon. Word from the men informs me that a ship ran aground on the stone coast, east of Sker Point. Myself, in awe at the size of this vessel, engraved on a plaque on the port side of the ship, read its name, HMS Providence. The 10th of February, 1874. My men, under order by my father, transferred the remains of the ship into the cavern beneath Sker Point. Gotta remember how to say that. Scare. Like, spooky. We salvaged what we could from the ship, anything of value, most importantly, the contents of the cargo hold. 11th of February, 1874. Something was discovered inside the wreck, buried in the cargo hold. Something I've never seen before. It's alive in such a tragic state. My father thinks it's fortunate that it is weak, for it tries to sing. Unloading the cargo, some of the men have began to act strange in the presences of this creature. Its singing seems to have an effect on them, even in its weakened condition. I find this fascinating and need to take notes. Father is becoming concerned. The more I learn about this mindless creature, it seems that the song it sings lures its prey, so it can devour and survive. My father is beginning to see the potential of this beast and what we can accomplish with its power if we can somehow harness it. 15th of February, 1874. My father has begun to use the creature upon Scare Point. Changed to the beacon to aid in luring vessels here. With this, we can increase our potential earnings from the wrecks. I may have an idea of harnessing this power further with the help of my beloved Prudence. I will take some time to present this to Father and get his blessing. Isaac Williams. Isaac needs to use a few less commas. I want it. Give it. Okay. That's just a tall thing. I thought it was another one of those little music boxes. It is not. Oh!
Happy 1 year, you absolute legend. ILYSMIM. So happy I met you on this mostly cursed platform.
Right back at you though, Cyril! Thank you for the biddies. Also, I love you so much too! On this mostly cursed platform. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Hi, friend, I love you. I'm happy you're here. How's it going? You're just in time to watch me sneak around these breathy boys. How's it going? How are you doing? How's things? I remember struggling with this. Breathy boys. I don't know which direction he's coming from. I don't know what's happening. It's fine. That didn't work. Shit, fuck, piss. I'm on the bus home from work. Hey, we'll keep you company on the bus while you go home. We're happy to have you here. We'll be streaming for a long while, so don't you worry. Also, Kitty Trio update. I can do that. I'm gonna pause though. Stop coughing. Stop coughing. Hold on. I'm gonna not pause over here. We'll pause right here and do a kitty cat update. Also, thank you for the bubbles, Cyril. Kitty cats are doing great. Lamia, who is under my chair, come here. Come say hi. Here she is. We've already seen her, but we'll see her again. She's doing fantastic. She's been super sassy the last few days. Hi. But, while today marks our one year anniversary for streaming, she is also 1 year out from having her stroke and has recovered so well. Yeah, you. I'm talking about you. Thank you. I appreciate it. You just gonna perch right there? Hey, guess what? Sam loves you. Yeah. Ah! She is a fuzzy little champion. Cyril says that they love you more than Sam loves you. I think we all love her. Dearly and truly. But no, she's doing super fantastic. And in general, just like really happy with the progress that she's made. Hi! Because we went from like
For Kayshurrr Llama Blep.
Thank you for the biddies. Yeah, no, because like immediately after she had her stroke, she could barely walk around. She couldn't feed or water herself. Like she couldn't get food or water.
Pretend this is a cat and not a dog.
pretend. And, like, she couldn't use the bathroom on her own. She needed assistance with everything. And now, like, I had to switch her diet over to, like, wet food because it was the only thing that she could manage because she couldn't chew anything for a while. But now she's back to, like, walking. She couldn't, like, jump up onto stuff, but she can walk on, like, she can walk around just fine without falling over for the most part. She can jump up onto things. She's using the bathroom. She's back on her dry food again. She plays so much. She still sleeps a lot, and she's definitely a little more quirky than she was before. Balance is not her strong suit anymore, and she's blinder and deafer than a fucking bat. But she's made a wonderful, lovely recovery. And I'm very happy for her. She is the champion of the world. I do what I can for my babies. I just care for my children. These guys are my life. So she's doing fantastic. I just got I had to buy a new water fountain for all the kitty cats. Because the one that I had, the motor finally died, and it was fine. It was fine, but with as many cats as were drinking out of it, I needed a bigger one. So I have a new one, and it's all set up, and they were all very confused about it at first. But they really like it, which is great. Hugs for everyone. Hugs for you, llama. Chat loves you. You're perfect. So yeah, they're all doing good. Devo is an absolute goon. I wonder if I can actually find him. Hold on a second. Hey, Devo! You're not in here! Lamia, where's Devo? Devo? Here comes the boy! Hello, boy! Hello? Are you under the couch? Not under the couch. Okay. I don't know where Devo is. I have made the call for him, so hopefully he'll show up shortly. But he's doing really, really good. He has calmed down enough to sleep with me all night, basically forever now. That's been great. Who's that Pokemon? It's Farley! It's Devo! Fuck! No, Devo's doing very, very good. He has gotten re-obsessed with his little mouse toy, which I need to stitch back up because it is falling apart at the seams. Take your time, Cyril. We'll be here for a while. It's all good. Don't trip or fall or get lost in the elevator, like all of your coffee deliveries. But no, Devo's doing fantastic. Yesterday, I was playing, I think it was yesterday. Pretty sure it was yesterday. Recently, I'll say, I was playing Valheim with everyone. And Devo was being yelly, as he usually is in the background. So I picked him up and I put him on my lap, and he snuggled up. And he stopped moving. He was whipping his head around constantly, but he stopped moving his body for a little bit and just hung out on my lap for a few minutes, which was very exciting for me. But he's a good sweet boy. And Farley, lastly, for the kitty trio update, Farley's being a big old bully to Lamia right now. And I think it's mostly that he just wants to play with her and doesn't necessarily realize that his size is extremely intimidating to her. She's not a particularly huge cat. She's all of 9 pounds and obviously super wobbly, and he's 20 pounds. And she sometimes gets concerned about their size difference and he doesn't, and so she'll freak out because he's playing with her and he's a little too rough, and yeah. But he is hanging out upstairs a bit more often now that it's cooling down, which is great for all of us, for every single one of us. But he's still our big dumb idiot, and we love him. He's a sweet boy. But there's not much to report on him other than he's bullying Lamia a little bit. But it happens. But yeah, that's the update on all 3 cats. I hope that's satisfactory to you. I have to make sure that Lamia is not under me because I need to scoot. Where are you? Where did you go? Lamia. I don't see her. So I'm gonna hope that I'm not gonna roll her over. Okay. You're welcome. It's always I like it when we get like the trio update, because then I can just go through like what they're all doing. But it's also difficult at times because it's like, okay, like what have I said recently about these animals? Who knows what's happening with them? I need... Stop. No coughing. They're good, sweet babies, and we adore them. And want nothing but the best for them. And I am scared. Hi! Yeah? Do you scream? Do you want some treats? I haven't given you any today. She has, so the other thing that I'll say about Lamia is that, we've gotten to the point where she is actually chewing the treats that I have for her. I've got them for you, look. Come here. Is that Devo I heard? Devo, hey. Look, Bean. Treats are all over your blanket. Get them. Come on. There we go. Yeah, so I've been giving her her treats some more, or more regularly, because they're supposed to help with her teeth, and she is actually chewing them now. Fucking great. Fantastic. But she, because she's still a bit wobbly every so often, when I go to open up the container, she'll like try and put her paws up on my leg when I'm sitting in my chair, but often misses, and then like flips over backwards and then just lays there for a minute, thinking about what she's done. And then I'll throw the treats on her blanket, and she gets very excited about that. And then she eats them. And it's great. I remember this section being a lot worse than this was. But that's okay. We're just gonna blast through this game today. What do we do? What do we do when we beat this in not 6 hours? I'm trying to think of what other games we have available to us. Oh! What other games I've wanted to play recently? Fuck. There's so many options. At a moment there of, is this right? I have made the mistake of... Hi Willow, I love you! If I didn't have cats of my own that I loved entirely too much, I would say you're my favorite cat in the world! We despise mobile, but that's okay. Do what you want. Who's hissing at me? What was I saying? Right! I made the mistake of, buying games again? And... which on its own not a bad thing. But they're all games that I want to do on stream. And we already have too many games to do for stream. Oh! What's happening here? Is that the heal juice? Is that Ethan Winter's heal juice? Oh, it's Stumpy Boy. Oh! Jesus. Well, that doesn't sound great. I'm sure he's fine. Hello? Doggo!
Body has been discovered.
Doggo! No, come back! Fucking hell. I don't regret adding that sound alert at all. It's very good. Can we... I feel like my light is too bright. It's kind of washing my face out, but that's... whatever. It's fine, I suppose. Oh, is this the Bad Hedge Maze? I think it's the Bad Hedge Maze. I mean, anything's bad when it's a maze. Honestly. Gross. Here we go.
I need to tell someone. Get all of this out. Get this down somewhere. My father does not know that I'm making this recording, but I need to confide in, well, in you, Mother. He has been pushing me more and more in my lessons to sing as you once did. But there is something else. There's a mania to his actions of late. He seems consumed with his latest scheme to revive the hotel, but it is more than that too. Both he and Abraham have been so agitated of late, and they argue more than before. I overheard
Brothers will be brothers, am I right?
Over a guest who had disappeared, I assume without paying. My father was furious that there was nothing that could be salvaged from it. And Mother, you have never heard such language. I know our finances are dwindling, and his heart
I bet they
is
said
set
something
on
like,
restoring the
fuck.
glory days of Sker Hotel, but he sets so much on my shoulders. I'm not sure if I can do it, Mother. I'm not sure if I can be you.
Yeah, you got this. You're fine, Elizabeth. I promise. Okay. Sudden surprise piano. Oh, there's a boy there. Speaking of boys, I'm shocked Devo hasn't come up yet. The Here Comes the Boy Gremlin song is how I have taken to greeting him lately. Not the stink clouds! I forgot about the stink clouds. Oh! No! Keep moving! Keep moving! Bruh! Dude, are you shitting me? We actually drink the heal juice? No! Cheap. Absolutely cheap. Go away. Are you camping? Motherfucker. Go away. What the fuck? Well, this is a mistake. We're just gonna keep walking and hope that he's much further behind us than... Yeah, we're good. It's fine. I wasn't even worried about it. Alright. Stink clouds. I literally have no idea where any of these monsters are. I can hear them walking around. But it's not helpful. Because they all sound really close. Okay, he's way up there. We're fine! No, we're not! That's a dead end! Fuck. Keep going. This is fine. This is fine. Again, this feels significantly easier than I remember it being. That's fine. I'm not gonna complain about it. Is there anything cool over here? Hey, if you could just stop being so dark. Also? Oh, fuck. I love it when everyone knows where I am or going in the same direction as me. That's my favorite. Y'all got anything for me? No. For real. Mr. Wargame, have you considered adding some lights? I can hear a phone. Okay. Can he start walking again? Hey, bud? Okay, alright. I mean, still not the worst. Where is it? Is it on the other side? It's gotta be. I think it's in the greenhouse. Oh. No. No. What was that bad noise? It doesn't matter. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Alright. Alright. We got this handled. Wasn't even worried. Wasn't even worried. Dog! Dog, we are friends. Dog, hear me out. We are friends. Dog angry. Dog very angry. Where are we? There's a cylinder north. And I think we go back to the hotel by going south. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Bum, ba, da, da, da. Elizabeth? Elizabeth, are you still there?
Thomas! Yes, I'm fine. But I feared the worst had happened.
How long have you just been
so long?
trying to call this
I dreaded
phone?
that you'd been taken too.
Honestly. They tortured that man, Elizabeth! An obscene ritual!
My God. Dear Lord, what are they trying to do? That poor
Honana.
You must be on your guard, Thomas. You can't let them catch you.
I mean, I haven't gotten caught yet. Keep seeing a dog.
Oh. That must be Calliope. My late mother's dog. I'd so hoped she was
Calliope is a good
I had
dog
good reason to
name.
suspect that my uncle had disposed of her.
Just saying. Hi, Llama. Can you not step on my feet, please?
Good to hear your voice again.
Okay, well, bye, Elizabeth. Hi! Lamia be screaming at me for all sorts of reasons. Scare point, anyone? Let's go. That's a weird looking deer. I vaguely remember there being bear traps here. Yeah. I don't want to step in them. I like my legs being intact. Doggo? Oh no, Doggo! It's okay, Pupper. Where are you? There you are. Hey, 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 hey. It's okay. It's okay. Let me help you. No, it's okay. It's okay. See? You're a good doggo. Let's get your leg out of this bear trap, please. We are best friends now. It's determined. Alright. Bye, doggo. You're welcome. Calliope is very good. Okay, we can't get in there yet. Unless... No, I need... Okay, there's more than I need. That's it! We found a dog. We saved the dog. Forget our fiance. Let's just, let's take the doggo and leave. Rip, y'all. Also, why are the bear traps in the trees? What is that going to accomplish? Whatever. There's nothing in there. Okay. This is the way that we need to go? No, that's the way we came. So we need to go this way. Cool, 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 cool. Excuse me. More healing tonics. Perfect. Oh, I remember this. I'm gonna open everything. Just immediately. Without any hesitation. What's this? What's this? I mean... Yes? What are you gonna get? I mean, it's always good to save money. The question is, if you get it delivered, will it get lost in your elevator? Isaac's plans! There has to be an answer, a means to use the song as I will it. Was my drunkard zealot of a father right? Is worshipping that thing the only means of controlling its power? I shall make it sing for me. It only lives because I allow it, because my brother and I provide for it. Wow, don't talk about your daughter that way. But, nah, seriously. I can't answer these questions for you, Cyril. I'm sorry. No, No, save the money for nice things like video games. And or treats for the kittens. Excuse me? Okay, but what if you didn't come any closer? He just said treats? Hi, Lamia. I know, I said the word that you love most dearly. But you've had your fill today. No more treats for you, kitten. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Sonic modulator. Itty bitty kitty does approve of this. Oh, those are actual heads in jars. I thought that was like a bust, like a statue. Lol. They're definitely not those. Hi! No, no more! No, you've had enough! All done! Do you want to come sit with me? Let me try and make my lap habitable for you. Come here. Ugh. Come here. Would you like to sit there? Get comfy? Be comfortable? Yeah. Okay, yeah. You just want to lick my hand. Thank you. Hello, sweet bean. Sorry, can we just... You're gonna make this very difficult for me, aren't you? Come on, Lamia. Hi. I have to sit all funky because you're in my lap. You're also scratching the ever-living shit out of my legs, and I don't appreciate that. You need to lay down. You need to also not push my hand. I'm trying to play a game here, kitten. Things in Jars is a spooky book. Is that... I want to say that Allie recommended that. That sounds familiar. Hi. Cats ever suddenly sprint like they have somewhere to go and then just lick themselves really fast. Devo does that. A lot. Same with Farley. Also, did she really just record herself crying? She did. She really did. Yeah, Devo and Farley, always. Always. Especially in the middle of the night when we're, like, laid down in bed, getting comfortable and just kind of enjoying ourselves. Like, getting ready to, like, fall asleep, being real comfortable and peaceful, and all of a sudden he gets all, like, he gets on one, he jumps up and he runs across the room and runs back over and then aggressively licks his nuts. He doesn't have those anymore, but you get the point. His crotch, he likes to lick his crotch aggressively after a good zoomy run, and it's like, Diva, why? Did she record herself crying? Mood. Someone with the gentleman ghost boxer in his boxers. Haunting a Victorian crime scene of Sker. Right! Thank you. I knew it sounded familiar. I don't want this. I'm sure it would make my life easier, but I also recall not using it a ton the first time I played this. And they've still got, like, the really big eyes. Like something's, you know, chasing them, or like they're scared or whatever while they're grooming themselves. Yeah. Yeah. What the fuck are cats? These are questions we need answered. Does Peaches do the zooms? Does Peaches go zoom? They gotta play it cool, but they also just feel fear. Non-stop fear. There's only fear. Fear but grooms. Fear but clean. Peaches is perfect. Willow is perfect. Why can't I... Oh, I need all three of them. Okay, hold on a second. Can we just check this out? Just look at this little cat right here. The stupid... Hold on. Just look at this stupid cat right here. She's making existence very difficult. And her tail is very angry. Angry tail! Lamia, why are you like this? Do not care. She is comfortable. She is draped. This is her life now. And I have to deal with it. You didn't want Twitch open, right? Like, at all? Not at all. Can we... I would like to find... the two other switches. Please. Please? Where are they? I thought I heard a music box. I didn't. Cats are wild. Cats are weird and wacky. And just extremely silly. Like, at all times. No, that... I did that switch. That's the other one I need to flip, right? Is it because I was crouching? That doesn't seem right.
Oh.
Stop coughing. You didn't even touch the cloud that much. Get over your dang self, Thomas. That's our name, right? Thomas? Generic male protagonist. That's who we are. Lamia is still just draping herself. Okay. I needed to stand up. That's all that needed to happen, was I had to stand up in order to flip the switch. Tee-hee-hee, statue dinger. Where are you going? I'm gonna need you to not go where you're going. Preferably. Did hear one. They all sound very close. They aren't particularly close. That one's a little close. The others are all very far away, though. Up! 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 Please, please, open the door. I need you to go in, okay? Thanks. It was very close. It was uncomfortably close. Good thing we had that weapon. Right? Right? Boys ain't got shit on me! They can't stop me. Hear another music box. Okay. That scared me. I saw I could interact with something and I don't know... Thought I could interact with something. Oh my... Dude. Guy. Hoof. You broke it! I think that as we're playing, and remembering a couple of my complaints about this game previously, which weren't anything that, like, really kept me from wanting to, like, finish it. I still do, I remember enjoying it greatly. It's a good game. But the sound design could use a little work. Mostly because it's like, no matter where the enemy is, they always sound like they're right behind you. Even when they aren't. And that makes it a little difficult when trying to sneak around. And the other complaint I had, I will wait until the end of the game to discuss. Because it's kind of a spoiler. I don't want to ruin it for people who haven't played the game before. Okay. This is where the phone is. Before we answer it, I will be looting the room. Yeah, okay, keep coughing, Thomas. There's nothing else in here. That's a can. I've managed to find a cylinder.
Oh, Thomas, that's welcome news. This will surely free us all.
Thomas is 100% a, like, 3-pack a day kind of dude. Do you know where the others might be?
I'm sorry, my love, but I do not. My father and uncle, my family, had many secrets, and so much is only now becoming clear. The other cylinders must be in the hotel. Perhaps on the first or the second floors.
Hello.
Look for a way to reach.
She's very content.
Some means to come here to the attic.
Stop kicking me. Don't kick me. Okay, so we gotta find our way up to the attic. Not a problem. Should be easy to manage. Do you want to get your other foot unstuck? Well, we say it should be easy to manage. Oh! Please close. That's not where we want to go. Is it? That's where we came from, so we just go straight down this hallway. Oh. Lamia has completely flipped herself around in my lap. I need you to go a different way, my guy. Okay? No. No. I'm gonna start coughing because I need to breathe. This is a bad place for me to be. Oh my god. Hi, Devo! There's the boy. Here he comes. There he is. Here comes the boy. Hello, Devo. Hey, buddy. You got boogers on your face. The telltale Devo honks. Come here. Did I get it? Come here. Devo. Yeah, I got it. You had boogers on your face. You gross, gross boy. Come here. You wanna say hi? Here's the boy! The big boy! Hi! Would you like to say hello? Here he comes! There he is! Here comes the boy! Still won't look at all y'all, but that's okay. You know he loves you. At least I hope you know that he loves you. Lamia, you're kicking me? And I need you to stop. Also, now seems like as good a time as any to take a very short break. The feeling when you got boogers on your face? No, I think he's over being bitey. Thank God. I didn't like it when he was bitey. It wasn't great. But, yeah, let's take like a couple minute break. Your girl's gotta use the restroom. I also need to stretch my legs because Lamia has put them to sleep by sitting in my lap. I don't want to bore everyone with that stupid video I made. But I can play it again if you want. It's 9 minutes. It's a 9-minute video, and I don't plan on being gone for a whole dang 9 minutes. Maybe we'll show it off later again. We'll see. But yeah, BRB. Yeah, she's very pleased. Her little paws are going. Aren't they? Aren't they, BB? Stop! Stop! He and I are getting married.
Seems like it. He's pretty partial to you.
I don't know why. I was calling him names the entire time.
Well, maybe that's his king.
He's into that shit.
Yeah, that's what we read already. Oh, God, I hate it. Oh, no, that's a table. Where is she?
I don't know.
I don't know where she is, but I got the oh, see? Six still loves me. And then they let go. No, please, can you pull me up now? Please pull me up. You bitch! Please, 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 please. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. No! No, 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 no! Okay, sorry. Also, do you want to see the bridge?
Oh yeah.
It's a good bridge.
Fun. Oh, I see. It's a covered bridge.
It is, so that it doesn't...
Hey, so, about your cart.
Oh no, Marshall's gonna be so mad. Out here. Please, one at a time. They will not divide us. We are strong. We will solve this raft problem to. Oh my god, the mayor is dead! Fuck. Well, at least he launched me up. There is no duck option. Okay, you know what? Goat, 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 goat. Gotta pet the goat. Gotta pet the goat. Good, good goat. Love you, goat. Odd. That right there.
I can't interact.
Fuck! What? What? What?
I hear it breathing.
It's back there! What the fuck? Alright, I don't think I can get anything in the basement currently. I didn't like that. I'm gonna try and catch some more of your streams. Ah! Ah! Oh shit! Oh no! Oh, I saw her! She got in my face! Maria, I am busy!
How do you drop items?
What is Has anybody been upstairs in the barn?
He's the witch. Yeah! Yeah! Holy shit! Oh, that was very good. Okay, cool. I'm on the toilet. I'm vulnerable. No! 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 Let me pull my lantern out. Please? Please, please, sir, I'm pooping! No! Oh my god!
Anticipation.
Double sixes! Sorry, okay, let's go. Let's fucking go!
As the music starts. Okay, here we go.
World's glitching. Man, I hate it when that happens. Where am I supposed to go? Up here. Oh, hi, ho. That's gonna be me as soon as I'm able to go to a concert. Just phasing in and out of reality to slam dance. It's gonna be good. No, no.
I figured you'd turn up since I haven't seen you in a while, but I never expected to see you here.
Nagito? Huh? Why are you in such a dangerous place?
Same to you. Why are you here?
I heard the body discovery announcement, and I thought something happened in this room.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
I just want to point out I have turned that down. Where the heck did that hideous thing come from? Can I kick them out? Yes. What should I draw? A butt! Immediate reactions. It's done! It's a butt! Be like, I'm so much better than everyone because I am an artiste. My artwork is my struggle against the world. And that's my That's my impression of this man right here. I'm gonna stop before it gets out of hand. I write about what the eyes cannot see. Sir. Sir. Yar! I write about what the eyes can't see! Is that better? Man juice. No, leave Monolith Friend alone! No, leave Monolith Friend alone! Oh, okay, you're just climbing him. Okay, that's acceptable. His little Rottweiler tail. Oh, he's riding Buddy! Away they go! His little Bahuki. But why is this so epic? Oh, Emmy, here. I got a... They didn't want us looking at the Lamias, I'm sorry.
Is this real?
Pretty in it, but now she won't be able to wear it again.
Yeah.
That dress. I can't find that
Are
dress.
you wiping your face with a hot dog?
Her dress. Where is it? Without it, she looked so pretty when she wore it for prom.
When I see Mrs. Hutchins today, she will ask how I am, like every morning. I will answer, good, thank you. Oh no! There you go, there's the thing I made. Again. Just gonna make everyone just watch it over and over again. Because I made it. But seriously, again, thank you guys for a year of wacky shit that we have done. I am excited to see what other wacky nonsense we will get up to in the coming year. Applause, applause. Thank you for the bubble, Travis. Theme. I was talking about it a little bit earlier, but like genuinely, like this has made the streaming in general has just made the last year, but everything as a whole just so much more manageable. Also, Jody, hi! You're here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? How's it going? But yeah, it's just been like, it's been great. And I love you guys. I got to meet so many new people and so many cool folks. And like, y'all great. Y'all good. Happy birthday to your partner. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi, Sam. We'll see you later, friends. But no, seriously, thanks for stopping in and just being a lovely, wonderful person. And take care of your dang self. We'll see you later. Not the taps. Not the taps. Also, good morning. Good morning. Alright, Isaac's audiovisual notes. The 4th of October, 1897. The latest test with the cylinder shows significant signs of progress. Subject 4 shows greatly increased suggestibility and compliance after repeated sessions in the chair. The combination of both audio stimulus and visual suggestion proves to be working, but how to replicate the same results on a larger scale to mass audiences? But on whom? The staff? Tap, 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 tap could be a sound redeem. You are correct. I do have the raw audio file for the tap, tap, tap now. Just saying. Just saying. Everyone needs to know about the tap, tap, tap. Can I pick that up? No. I also need to make... I have it on my list of things to do. But I still need to make Okay Fine a sound redeem. I just have to get a good, clear clip of one of those dang fairies saying, Okay Fine. Oh! This is the room the guy was in! Okay. I know where we are. Everything's fine. There's a thing over here? Oh! Optimal placement for cylinder, Cerberus, ground floor level. Optimal placement for cylinder, hero. Optimal placement for cylinder, Medusa, basement. That's the one that's outside. Siren, second floor, west wing bedroom. Okay. Taps will give you a heart attack before too long. Ooh, mac and cheese. I did want an update, honestly. Nice, 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 nice. Amy's has a vegan mac and cheese that I like. Can you stop? I'm not gonna bother you! I get it, you're on the John! He's pooping! This is how I felt? Maybe they need DP? Maybe they need to use their words. Door shut. That is how I felt when that monster in Moondoin came in. Was it a break? It was health tonic. It was health. Please. Please. Okay, we got... Oh, there's 3 other cylinders that we need. So we've unlocked all of the squid doors, right? I did get the tap room handle. So probably gonna use that. Here I was being like, wow, we're so close to being done with this game. We're not. I wouldn't even say we're at the halfway point yet. Don't mind me. I'm just scooting through. Scooting on through! Oh, I remember this. I need that for the puzzle that's over here. Hopefully not a 12-hour stream. But I imagine we'll go for a little bit. Plan is to play to the end of this game, which shouldn't be more than like 6 hours. We're not, no, Fruity, that is wrong. You are wrong. You're incorrect. No 8 pages. Look, I found a book for you. Does that not cover enough of that for you? what do you have to say?
Thomas. Thomas.
Friggin' bookstore had this dumb Slender Man book, but didn't have any of my weird, obscure horror. I was upset. I have since ordered the books that I wanted. Because, finally, got myself a fucking night, like, not a nightlight, but like a lamp for my nightstand. And it's very good. Because now, your girl can read at night. Whereas I couldn't before because it's such a pain in the ass to turn on the overhead light when I'm laying in bed, and then I have to get out of bed to turn off the overhead light. Now I just have to reach over and smash that lamp. How do you get back into reading? You make all your friends read with you. Even if they're not reading the same thing. So you can talk to them about what you're reading. Hey, y'all want to do a book club with me? I've been doing that with Emmy. Mostly because I've been reading like some like academic books. Hold on a second. Hang on. I know I've like ranted and raved about these books before. But I recently finished this one. Where is it? Fuck, it's in my bedroom. Hold on. Okay. Here's my collection of books. This one. Finished this one not too long ago. Men, Women, and Chainsaws. Very good, very interesting. A bunch of essays about gender and how it relates to modern horror. I say modern, ranging from stuff from like the 70s up until fairly recently. It is a very good it's a very good book title. Some of the stuff is a little dated, but like a lot of it still like applies, and it's just a very interesting look at how gender relates to horror books or horror movies. The next one I have, Horror Noir. Gonna read this one next, probably, unless the Crow Girl comes in which case I will be reading that one next. But this one has a documentary that we watched in my server a few months back, basically relating race to horror, specifically the relationship that horror has towards people of color. Good book. I'm gonna be reading this one soon. I'm very excited about that. And then I also have The Science of Women in Horror. Which is, you know, about like special effects and stunts and all that kind of stuff about women who have women and femme folk have forged forward in science fiction and horror. Aw, thanks, Cyril. I try to be an okay, alright, pretty dope human being, but, you know, it's fine. But yeah, so if you want some, like, good, again, I say academic, mostly because it's nonfiction, but, very interesting, especially since, you know, horror is my jam. If you want some good, academic reading about horror and science fiction, I'd recommend these three. Especially Horror Noir, because I'm going to be reading that one soon, and I will want to scream at people about it. So, hey. But no, if we want, like, I'm 100% here, like, if you want to start reading, and you need someone to, like, dump all of the information about the books that you're reading at, hit me up. Just, like, shoot me a DM or something about what you're reading. I know that helps encourage me to read when I get to tell somebody about the shit that I'm reading, so. Boated. But no, if other people are interested, because I saw that Fruity was like, yes, book club. I can set up a channel in the server where we just talk about whatever we're reading. If you're up for that. Because I know it can be difficult to, like, find a book that everyone can read or get a copy of or anything like that. Yeah, read some fiction and then explain the plot very badly, please. I'm here for that. But no, I can start a channel in the Discord for us so we can all just, like, talk about whatever books we're reading about at the time. I'm here for this. Let's go, let's go. Let's do that. Let's do that. Actually, genuinely, let's do that. I would love this. Please and thank you. Speaking of reading.
Good soup.
Kimrold doesn't say it right. Kimrold, I'm sorry. Good soup. Yeah, so you can read stuff that has a copyright on it, but you just can't clip or VOD it. So basically you can't save any sort of record of it. Which we'll be doing next week, because we're gonna read, And Then There Were None, which I have. Also right here. Hi, I have books on my desk now. It's dangerous. And I have more books coming, and that's dangerous. So yeah, if it's something that is public domain, you can read it and it's fine, and you can have, like, your VOD up, and have clips and all that kind of stuff. But from my understanding is, as long as you're not saving a VOD or doing clips or anything like that, you can read copywritten stuff. I think it's discouraged, but Travis, thank you for the hydrate. Get a big ol' sip in there. Also, all y'all, drink some water too. Yeah, Fruity, why did you stop War of the Worlds? Yeah, no, surprise. Books are copywritten. Yeah, no, we're I'm here for reading streams. We're gonna see how the And Then There Were None stream goes. And if people like it, I might make it like a regular thing that we do. Maybe not like once a week, but like every couple of weeks or something. We'll see. We'll work that out. But yeah, another hydrate! Alright. We're gonna get real hydrated here. It's gonna be fine. Are you ready? Thank you, Cyril, for the hydrate as well. Alright, what do we got here? Sup, sip? Sup, sup? Sip? Chu-hi! Thank you for the sub! My lovely, lovely friend, how are you doing? Thanks! It's good times. It's wild that it's been a whole dang year. Where has the time gone? What the fuck? It's good! So this is the game that this is the very first game that I ever played on stream, because it came out at the same time that I was planning to stream. So it worked out that way. So we are replaying it. I really enjoy it. Excuse me. I'm trying to think, like, if there was anything that, like, I had a couple of, like, negative comments about it, but it wasn't anything that, like, deterred me from the game as a whole. Really good game. Thanks. Time is a social construct. Time is an illusion. Lunchtime, doubly so. But yeah, it's a good game. We've been streaming for 3 hours, but we're still fairly early on. Probably about like a third of the way through the game. But yeah, I'm gonna read this so I can finally get off the screen. The Morning Herald, Sunday morning, February 21st, 1897, 20 pages, 1/2 penny. Highly regarded composer Henry Hughes to unveil latest masterpiece at Royal Albert Hall. The esteemed composer Henry Hughes has been busy composing his latest symphony and plans to unveil his work at the Royal Albert Hall this December. Mr. Hughes, reported to be one of the most successful musicians in the country, said, "I am very proud and delighted to be performing my latest piece for the public once again." Picture of Henry Hughes, young Welsh musician to perform at local theatres around the country. Picture of Thomas Evans. That's us! The young Welsh composer Thomas Evans announces this week that he will be performing his orchestral arrangements of the traditional songs of Wales around the country. Aw, that's me! How'd that go for us? Can we put this here? Don't hold your breath. Okay, so this puzzle is on that wall. So we got Bulldog, the building, Dragon Queen? Get that drink. Building, Dragon, Queen. We did it! Good job. Good job, me. You know, my biggest complaint about the game is the sound design. In that it sounds like everything is, like, right on top of you at all times, even when they aren't. And I wish they had done that a little better. But that's okay. We can make it work. Where are we? Can't go through there because it's locked. There's a lot that I didn't look at over there. I don't know that I can. Thank you for the lurk, Chew. I love you too. Excuse me. Dry spot on my throat. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you for the sub. It's nice to see you and hear from you. Okay, that's better. Let's... Yeah, how did I get in there? Excuse you. Shutting the door on me? Oh. It's blocked. Could I go through there earlier? I don't remember. Oh well. We'll go through there another time. I need these guys to walk a little faster. Not much faster, just a little faster, you know? Oh, because I gotta wait for him to walk past again for me to go through the door that's over there. No more mobile for you! Only computer. Well, happy computing. Oh, hiccups. So many hiccups. I keep looking outside and thinking that it's, like, later than it is. Because we started streaming earlier than we normally do. And so I keep thinking it's, like, I don't know, like almost 9 o'clock, and it's not. It's throwing me off a little bit, but that's okay. What else? Before we continue on, what? Oh, I'm gonna have to go back to the basement at some point. Because there's a locked door there, and there's also this hallway that I didn't explore. I have explored everything here in the gardens, but we do have to go back out to get that cylinder at some point. Alright. Good to know. Need that guy to not get me. Actually, Fruity? Cylinder gets. Oh, this is a ladder! Why did I think it was a door? Get! Get cylinder! It's fine. We have so many things that we have to find. And retrieve? And access? Actually... Elizabeth? Are you there? I've managed to reach the first floor!
Yes, I'm still here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, hopefully you'll be able to find a way up to me now. Please be wary on the first floor.
Go get your mac and cheese!
I know that my father and uncle devise all manner of dangers.
Go get your cheese! Where should I look on the first floor, Elizabeth?
It's mainly guest rooms on that floor. The library too, and my father's snug.
I'm
not sure. Perhaps the library.
Need more water. I don't know that I have more water in my fridge. Getting cold. Hold on a second. Oh no. Oh, I've done it so bad! We'll just eat a couple of gallons in there now. And grab another soda for good measure. Oh no. It'll be room temperature water.
I've not heard anything outside this door for a good while now.
It's fine.
But I can still
It'll
hear
just
them
be a little sad
searching
making.
around the other rooms.
Welcome back, Sarah. Have you drunk your water?
Take care, my Thomas.
Not your mouth. Hold on a second. Ready? Grip it and rip it. Oh, I broke my nail! Everything's a disaster now. Oh well. Oh, there's a boy over there. I did. I gripped and ripped too hard. Damn shame that... Kayshurrr is kind of the noise that a grip and rip makes! You're not wrong! Also, hi, Allie. Hey! Hold on, sorry. I need to clip this now. Before I, like, hurt myself. Oh! Is that a... If you got a link, send it to one of the mods, and they'll screen it. We did. We gripped and ripped too hard. It's fine. No, it's okay. I've just got links turned off for the time being. Just because it's safer that way for me, I feel. But if you've got, yeah, if you've got any sort of link that you need or want to share with us, send it to one of the mods, and they'll either post it for you, or, yeah. Anything. Alright, we've got Isaac's journal, the 12th of August, 1897. I despair in them all! My oafish brother seems to have confirmed the worst of Elizabeth's suspicions after she began digging through our father's journals. She now flat refuses to sing, refuses to learn from the recorded versions of the song, to follow in her mother's legacy. There must be another way, another means. We cannot survive long off the slim pickings of recent years. Excuse me. Perhaps the recordings themselves? Perhaps there's a way to engineer a less stubborn and mercurial solution. Not me breaking my nail trying to grip and rip. No, it's all good. I think we all sometimes forget that clips technically are links when we're sharing them, which is unfortunate. I wish there was an exception to that, but at the same time, I get it. Hands. Whoa! Hey! What are you doing in here? Bruh, the door was closed. Oaf is a good word, though. Real talk. This is the very first game I ever played! See, I don't think, like, from what I remember, I think there was only, like, a handful of people that, like, attended it, which is fine. That was forever ago. We were streamer babies then. It's a good game, though. I like it. I'm still appreciating it. I feel like we're blowing through it a lot faster than we did previously. Not even as a 1-year-old, though. I played it as a newborn, really. I'm a 1-year-old now, in terms of streamerness. A nun-year-old. Keep walking. Scooch. But to address the clip thing of why, like, why I could get not necessarily being able to automatically post, clips from your own channels, because sometimes, information intentionally or accidentally gets doxed. And so to be able to filter clips for that purpose makes sense as to why you can't just immediately, like, repost it or anything. That would make sense. I was gonna say, I don't remember. I don't think you were here for this one. It's a good game, though. It's pretty. It plays well. I enjoy it. Jebediah's Journal. February 1874. It was within the shattered hold of HMS Providence that we came upon it, sealed within a glass-paneled and iron cage, held in place with thick chains. How they captured it, to where it was being taken, and to whom I cannot say. Badly injured by our wrecking, we were fortunate to find it in such a tragic state. For had it began to sing, our doom would surely have followed. In the weeks after, even in its weakened condition, from the effect that song had on my men, nay, even on a woman's mind, I believe we have captured Pesino herself, the daughter of Melpomene, the muse of chorus and of tragedy. What to do with such a creature, with such a power? Those that listen to its songs seem to fall under its spell and become more suggestible, even begin to worship it. I have a mind to see if it can be used to lure more ships upon the point. But if there was a way to control its power, to learn its song... My eldest Isaac has suggested that his betrothed, Prudence, is willing to attempt it, and I have given her my blessing to do so. Look. I love dumb clips. I don't discriminate against clips. I'm here for it. Okay, so we are on the first floor. We need to wander around a little bit and not get got, preferably. That is a save room right there. I would like to go over there. Sir, would you mind walking past? Keep on walking, buddy. Thank you. Let's give ourselves a moment to catch our breath. They are, until they're not? What does this have to say?
Is this true, Mother? Did you play a part in this madness too?
There's Grandfather Williams!
Grandfather's ramblings insane.
Jebediah himself.
If it were not for what I have discovered myself.
That's a good question.
Is born from blood.
I want to say...
Siren song. The same song you sang, Mother.
I want to say that you just end up, like, coughing.
Me to learn.
Well, let's find out.
Madness. And yet, it holds my father and my uncle, held even you in its thrall.
No, we just can't hold her for very long.
What should I do?
Or it
cannot give
auto
in to my
forces
father's
us to breathe.
Not in good conscience. Not now that I know the truth. That our family legacy is founded on
single eyeball
founded on a creature of myth.
Hello, I'm Thomas Evans, the Welsh composer, and I
served as its
am a
priestess.
Cyclops.
How could you? No. No, I shall not. I will not be a party to this. There must be some means within my reach to stop this, to end all this darkness.
Okay. Elizabeth says, no! I will not be a tool! And we're over here like, Elizabeth, you don't get to choose. You either are or you aren't. I'm sorry, ma'am. Okay, can't do anything in the closet. There are a lot of rooms we gotta check out. Goodness gracious. And these boys do be patrolling quite a bit. Map! There we go. This is actually a lot better than I thought it was. Still not great. But a little more easily managed. I just remember this floor being a pain in the ass. Excuse you! Bad bed! Don't hold your breath too long, you'll pass out. Right? Can you imagine how stinky that bed would be? How uncomfy? Look, I know that some people say that acupuncture is good for you. But that seems a little extreme. Oh, I remember this puzzle. I don't remember the solution, but I remember it being dumb. I'm gonna let them walk past before I hit the button that will make noise. You know what? No, fuck it. Oh, oh, oh! Is it? It is a sound puzzle. Is that right? That was it. That was it. Okay, okay, good. I remember that one just being an absolute nightmare to do the first time. I'm not musically gifted that way. Oh. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me! Oh my god. No, I'm also remembering that one. I hated that one. That one was an actual nightmare, but I remember struggling with this one mostly because the enemies would respond to the sound, but they didn't seem to react to it this time. Hey, guy. You alright, bud? Which was mainly why that one was why I remember this one being bad, was because of the enemies responding to the noise. But it didn't seem like they were, because you would, like, you would click the button to listen to what the noise, or to listen to what the pattern was, but then you would have to, like, walk away or hold your breath while they came past you because they heard that. And then when you would ring the bells, then they would also show up. Fuck. Man, look. I need you to open this, please. And then if you would, I would like you to close it. Also, yeah, Travis probably just passed out from holding his breath too long. Silly, silly Travis. Let's heal up. Give me that music key. Also, thank you for the bubble alley. Okay, can we... Fuck. Good to know. I mean, he wouldn't die from holding his breath for too long. Fun fact, if a child ever threatens to hold their breath until they pass out, let them. The second they go unconscious, they will start breathing again. And it'll be fine. Don't unforget me. It's true. They'll be fine. I did work at a daycare, but I never had to employ that tactic at the daycare. It's not. I don't hate children. I just don't. I don't fall for stupid power plays that don't work. Threaten me with something else, kid. You're not gonna die by holding your breath. It's not gonna get me to do the stupid thing you want me to do. Untrue. Incorrect. Isaac's reprimand of Abraham. Brother, I beg you, consider before you act so recklessly. We devised and built the murder rooms together to feed the creature and to fund our plans. Cannot continue to indulge your predilection for wanton destruction. It may in the past have been acceptable when we had guests flocking to the hotel in their droves, but incinerated bodies and their effects are a waste we no longer can afford. Brother! Oh! Definitely gripped and ripped a toddler. Just... fucking hell. No. That man has lost half of his body. Can you imagine, though? No! I made a mistake. I'm so sorry. Sometimes you do just gotta do a grip and rip, though. Just crack that shit over your knee. Just take a minute. Again, it's... Don't touch me. Don't you fucking touch me. Anyway. Well, you can't just snap it in half. You gotta get some, like, leverage in there, so use your knee. I'm gonna stop talking about snapping children in half. I'm so sorry. Why am I like this? Fucking hell. This is a... This is a disaster. It is escalating and we need to not let it escalate. We will draw the line there. Oh, we got a buddy over here. Bud, go. I need you to go. Yeah, I'm real good at that whole fire thing. Right? This will all be used as evidence against me as to why I should never work with children. No, I loved the dang job. It was a very good job. Well, there you go. Perfect. Perfect. Oh. See, I don't know why everyone's so dang concerned. I would 100% babysit Peaches. I love your child. No, I do genuinely like working with kids. They're a hoot and a half. No, when I was working at the daycare, I was working specifically with toddlers, ages like 1 to 2, typically. Sometimes you need a babysitter who's not afraid to trust the people that want to kill you. Whap! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. From the top rope, nonetheless. My god. No, I loved working with the toddlers, especially because it's like that age group specifically is so wild. They're so weird, and it's like they're still young enough that they need you to be around and like constantly reassure them, which is really great. But you also get to teach them like a lot of really cool stuff, and like one of the big things that like I would work on with my kids, especially, which you would be surprised is not commonly taught, at least not in the daycare I was working on, was just like consent and dealing with the whole like, no, like little Jimmy over here doesn't want to hug right now, or like you need to ask before you touch someone and stuff like that. And like, look, if my 1.5 and 2-year-olds can get asking permission, then why the fuck can't anyone else? That was something that we worked on, like, especially since, like, okay, so I got piercings and shit like that. We all know that. And I would wear them to work. I've got my ears gauged as well, almost like a full inch, and I would wear tunnels pretty regularly. One of my kids was fascinated by them. I mean, all the children were like, their minds were blown about my facial piercings and shit like that, which was hilarious. But one of the kids liked to put their finger through my tunnels. And so we ended up having a conversation where I was like, you know what, I'm okay with you doing that, but you need to ask permission before you touch someone. So one time, this little kid, he would run up behind me and then put his finger through my tunnel to, like, surprise me. Whatever. After I had this conversation with him, he runs up behind me and then taps me on the shoulder and goes, "Kaysh, can touch?" I'm just like, "Yep, you can." And then he put his finger through my tunnel and then expected me to act surprised, and it was just the most precious thing ever. But seriously, genuinely, if my 2-year-olds can understand consent and asking permission and understanding bodily autonomy. Why the fuck can't these grown-ass adults get it? Also, Allie, I'm so sorry that you're having to deal with the tweens with that. That shit, not okay. This is why we gotta teach him young. Teach him the shit young. teach him young. And then they won't grow up to be tweens who make gross jokes and say racial slurs. Like, it's not that hard. Honestly. Honestly. Okay, can I stand up? Good! You should. That is the appropriate response to a situation like that. Also, this man is gone. He was here and now he's gone. There will be a jump scare. I'm gonna ruin that for you. No, good. That's a good policy. And then they will... You're so loud, sir. Are you like oh no, you are still moving. Okay. No, good! Maybe they will eventually learn that you don't do that shit. Sir, I need you to stop doing it. I'm so sorry, Cyril. I tried to warn you. It's so loud, though. It's a loud boy. Okay. We have... That room is now open, so I can go get the thing that's in there. He's very angry and hitting that window, though. He was waiting for that moment all day. He's like, I know this girl's gonna show up and want to flip this button. I'm gonna sit right here. And the second I hear that click, it's over. And we're over here being like, Henry, get a fucking hobby. That doesn't include spooking people. Hey! It's all good! We appreciate lurks. Also, grilled cheese! Good dinner. Good dinner. Okay. Henry, keep walking, buddy. You're okay. He's floating. He floating a bit. Let's take that. Grilled cheese is important. These are facts. There is nothing else in here. Fantastic. Okay, so we still need 2 more fragments. That's basically this entire side of the... Oopsie, sorry, Cyril. Ask away. Give me your questions. I think I've said it before, and I used to have my stream set to AMA, but like, honestly, ask me. What would Fortnite have to do to make me want to play? Not be Fortnite? I don't know, those style of games, they're not for me. It's not my thing. Competitive shooters, not my jam. I think the only, like, multiplayer game that I'm, like, super into is Dead by Daylight. And even that, like, I don't play regularly because I don't have a group to play with. Or, like, somebody to play with regularly, I guess. I need to, though. I did buy the Hellraiser pack. Very excited about that. But that's, like, the only, like, competitive game, quote unquote, that I really dig. They don't gotta put Slender Man in there. They really don't. Sir, I need you to walk, but I can't hold my breath for very long. You gotta keep walking. Scooch! They did another concert where it was just Slender Man. What would he do? No, that's not what you're hearing. I don't like competitive shooter games. It's not for me. That's not... Don't listen. Don't listen. Don't listen to him. Not the creepypasta buddies! Fruity has a adverse reaction to anything Jeff the Killer. Fun fact. Yeah, no, genuinely, I don't think they could do anything to get me to wanna play. Yeah. It's just not my style of game, honestly. I like watching other people play it, and by other people, I mean, I like watching Nimbly play. Go play with Peaches! You did make choices, it's true. Elizabeth, the room's on this floor! What is this place?
I know. And to my shame.
It's true. Roblox, PUBG, Dota, all off the table for me. I used to be a League kid. And I don't want to go back to that. Especially after Riot wouldn't let me back into my account that I had spent many, many dollars on skins and shit. I'm not gonna play Dota. It's not gonna happen. How do I reach you? Get to the upper floor?
There is an elevator. All of my father's tinkering and engineering.
My big reason for liking League of Legends when I did, was because I made some real fucking weird builds for characters.
Someone's coming.
So I would play Twitch, who is, traditionally an ADC as a tank. And I would just face tank turrets to piss people off. And it was very good. Yeah, no, definitely, it's like, I mean, I can definitely do, like, if I'm playing Killer, I don't mind doing random Q. It's, okay, I actually take that back. Not nearly as much, I don't mind random Q or solo Q as much with if I'm playing as Killer, but even then, it's just a fucking thing. It's a whole thing. No, for real. Like, I'm here to play with folks. If people want to play DBD with me, just, like, hit me up. I'm usually free. I will make time to play Dead by Daylight with folks. Let's go! Alright, the 12th book of the Odyssey, translated by Alexander Pope. Bono. Bono, play! Play with me! Let's go! There we go! Chew, Panda, Bono, myself. There's a whole Swift right there! If we get a 5th person, we can get a Killer. We can get a whole dang team together, which would be great. I love playing Killer. There we go! Cyril's in! Let's fucking go, guys! Let's go. I like how we've roped Chew into this, without letting them know. We're just like, no, Chew's gonna be there. Alright, the Sirens, Skila, and Charybdis? Charybdis. Doesn't matter. An alluring lullaby far more potent than our shore lanterns. If only I can make it sing. It's true, we did play once. That means we get to play again sometime. Next, where the Sirens dwells, you plow the seeds. Their song is death and makes destruction please. Unblessed the man whom music wins to stay nigh the cursed shore and listen to the lay. No more that wretch shall view the joys of life, his blooming offspring or his beauteous wife. In verdant meadows, or in verdant meads they sport, and wide around lie human bones that whiten all the ground. The ground polluted floats with human gore, and human carnage taints the dreadful shore. As God made the vitals, the devil made the cook. Fly swift to the dangerous coast, let every ear be stopped against the song. 'Tis death to hear. You're not gonna finish the rest of this. Oh my goodness. I've heard good things about Starbound, but haven't actually, like, checked it out myself. That's a shit ton of time to be playing a single game, though. I can't say nothing. Valheim's probably gonna be that for me, though. The meter on it was strange. I'm sure it was a specific meter that if I knew, I could read it better. But until then. Do you want to stand up, buddy? Nothing in here. Okay. Good to know. You know, Valheim's probably gonna be turning into that for me. I've got 300 hours from from its release. And we're still racking up hours on it. Stop throwing your stink bombs! Rude ass. I mean, maybe. I can't go in there yet. I don't think I, like, uncovered all of the map on the last world that we did either, though. It's a big map! I just need to find a good spot for us so that we can build bases. And also know where the bosses are. I was arguably more dedicated before. I don't know if you've been there when Allie or Travis have made the jokes that, like, I will vanish for 2 weeks and not come back for a while to go explore stuff. I like exploring. I like unlocking the map. It's very fun. Also, I could shoot and kill sea serpents all the time. And that was awesome. I loved that. It's not a problem. That's a tripwire. Well, I didn't even... For shame. Oh, I'm sorry, I was out for a sailing adventure. It was a lot of fun. Is this fire ever gonna stop? Or... what? Oh. No, I want that. Give me... I want the little... I want the doll. But no, sailing is so much fun in Valheim, and I really like the building, and like, it's a good game. Good game. It's not the menu I wanted. I wanted to actually look at the menu. Fruity, no. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Oh, Danger Library. Also, I'm gonna pause here for a second. Go use the restroom. I've had a lot of soda. And have drunk a lot of fluids in general. Had lots of water earlier. I need to pee. Be right back. not bodies being in different hospitals. But yeah, it's Crypt of the Necrodancer. Also, you got this, Panda. You'll beat it, eventually. I promise. I forgot that I stopped right here. This was a bad place to stop. Don't! Absolute silliness. Okay. What in the heck are we doing? Why am I here? Oh, because there's a fragment in there. Okay, I see. Honestly, there are times... At times, I wish that, not necessarily in this game, but in a ton of horror games where, like, somebody is in some weird-ass location for no real reason. Just, like, barring any sort of motivation for why they're there. And it's like, I wish that the character would question that a little more. Like, hey, bud. What you doing here? You would think at some point you would just turn around and leave. Or at least attempt to leave. As opposed to just accepting your situation and pressing forward. I don't know. Horror game protagonists are weird sometimes. Are you gonna turn around? Good. Good! I'm glad that you have made that choice. Get out of here, buddy. Flip! Switch! I mean, switch! A switch to flip! Right? It's like, okay, so like in this game, I understand why we haven't necessarily left. Like, we're here to rescue our fiance, because she's in some sort of danger. She has said as much. We understand that. There's that motivation. Cool. Makes sense. However, there are lots of weird games, like, especially when you, like, I don't know, when you're just driving along the road and your car breaks down, and it's like, you're not that far from town, right? But you stop at, like, the weird, broken down, possibly abandoned mansion on the edge of town, and it's like, what are you doing? Just walk the 6 miles to town. Like, yeah, it's gonna suck, but at least you're not going into the weird mansion where there are dead bodies. You know how it goes. Oh, come on. Why is it locked? Why is it locked? Excuse me? Well, this is a problem. I can't go out of the Spencer mansion. There are dogs there. Right? No. Just give me, like... I would take a bullshit reason as to why you can't leave. Over no reason at all. Yeah. Yes, I am. We've discussed this. I love the rain. And I like being in the rain. Fuck, let's go. Let's walk the 6 miles in the rain. I would still much rather do that than hang out at this fucking mansion where all these bodies are. Yeah, well, fuck Terry. I hope Terry's not actually here. Oh, hi! I legit just walked past that boy like nothing happened. I love Terry. I do love Terry. Oh! It's okay. It was for the bit. They'll understand. Okay, hold on. Sorry. sorry. I'm thinking about WarioWare, right? Been playing WarioWare lately, and it's been very good. And we love it, and it's very good. But, there's a character in it. Oh, fuck. Sorry! He had to go! There's a character in WarioWare, in the new one, named Jimmy T. And it's great, cause like, when I first read it, I just read it as Jimothy. Which then immediately translated into Jimothy. And that makes me laugh. Good old Jimothy! Jimothy? Jimothy from high school? Fucking hell. So yeah, that's just some random stupid shit that I wanted to share with y'all. Also, the new WarioWare, very good. I've been enjoying that in my spare time. If Tim equals Timothy is the shortened version of Timothy, then Jim is the shortened version of Jimothy. Do it! Cyril, if you do, we could play together. And I'm serious about wanting to play video games with ya. Please WarioWare with me. I'm pretty sure it does. I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty sure it does. It is. It is. Oopsie. Hi, Terry! Sorry. Hi, friends! This is a game! It's a game called Maid of Sker. That's the Welsh word scare. Spelled S-K-E-R. We're here trying to save our fiancé from her terrible, evil father. I was not trash talking you! It's not true! It was for a bit. It was a joke. And it wasn't until after I said it that I realized that it was a thing. If your fiance was here, I'd be like, sorry, V, gotta go. Right, though. I feel like I'd try and, like, chill out for a little bit. And, like, try and help out. But at this point, it'd just be like, nah, hun, you got, sorry. Oh, Terry, we love you. You're a delight. We were just making dysentery jokes. But Blown Apart spelled it as dissin, as in talking shit. And Terry, like your name? And I was like, fuck Terry. Sorry. I'm a monster. Do I want to do this now? Hold on. Yeah, we might as well. Let's go. No, it's a good game. It's wild. I think we're about halfway done. Not the stinks. Somebody names Clown, and they need to not do that. That's a Dead by Daylight reference. I have to sneeze. Excuse me. Not the farts. Is this an otome game or a horror game? It's a horror game. I promise. There we go. Bird? Nah, there's a killer in DVD named Clown, and They, basically just throw stink bottles at people. I think it's just like, I'm pretty sure it has like poison gas or something in it, but we all just, it's farts. Let's be real. It's farts. Gotta follow the noise. I mean, murder's pretty funny, right? Where the hell is... There it is. Totally just farts. Not the eggs. Oh, ouch. That person doesn't have a head. Matilda Norton's cheat music. Okay. Oh, the birds are dead. Can we just leave now? Clown's bottles are piss bottles. I'd also believe that. Clown's just gross, basically. We don't... Not a fan. Clown bad. Okay, but like... Oh, darkness hurts. And squeals like a pig at us. Okay, where am I? No map available! Okay, but we love Dropsy, and you know that. Dropsy's great. Dropsy is a good clown. Dropsy just wants everyone to be happy. You know what? The dark can bite me as long as it doesn't attack me with shadow wolves. Woo! No, sir. No, sir. This man is angry. Excuse me. I'm just gonna go hide in here. You can't get me in here. It's a safe space. No, there was a man there. I do keep accidentally hitting Q, which is the heal button, so I just keep randomly chugging these bottles of heal juice for no particular reason. Bruh, you can't come in here. It's occupied. Occupado. Where else can I go? No, there's a couple of rooms that I haven't checked. Because these guys aren't particularly scary, honestly. They're just dumb. They got bags on their head. There is a lack of documents. I don't know, we have found more than 8 pages. Probably because Slender Man is loud. It's very sudden and loud. We don't like that. Not the dog humans. Not the forged dog humans. But yeah, there's always the loud screechy noise the Slender Man makes, because he makes everything all awful. And it's just stressful. Because you can't really combat that. You just kind of gotta hope that it's fine. Slemberman? Slemberman. Yeah, Holly's got a case of the purples. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Another safe spot? Have we not been in here?
Oh, I despair of that child. A willful insolence shall be the
I've never
downfall of us
streamed
all.
Slender Man, but I have played it previously, like when it first came out. I will never stream Slender the 8 Pages. I'm not. Don't, Fruity, don't give anyone any sort of weird false hope that I will ever play Slender Man.
When I choose to provide its sustenance. And for what?
I won't.
For Elizabeth
Ever.
to refuse to sing its song.
It's on the banned list.
I'm not asking her to bring back my father's slavish cult. No! Just to help me reopen the hotel and restore its grandeur.
Oof.
Our family.
Cause it's just bad!
All she must do is
It's just bad!
lure them here in their droves. If not her, then
Even
how?
when it came out, it wasn't
There must be
great.
some other way.
It's a walking simulator with jump scares. And like,
How to focus the effects without a singer to wield its intent.
Fruity, what's your horrible dark truth? That I feel like is probably not going to be that horrible or dark. Fruity! It's not happening! It's not happening! I will never play Slender Man. Ever. Look, we might, at some point, maybe plan a surprise Waluigi cosplay. Maybe. We'll see. Who knows? But we will never, ever, ever... Sorry, I had to, like, physically stop myself from referencing that terrible Taylor Swift song. Never gonna play Slender, ever. Ew, why would I cosplay as Chris Pratt? Oh, sorry! Same brain! Same brain! Also, isn't it Charlie Day who's gonna be Luigi? I know, I sweet snow, we saw. But look, guys, listen, okay, if we could bully the people making the Sonic movie into redesigning how Sonic looked, I think there is hope that we can boot the homophobe. Yeah, homophobic Mario is real. It's not great. We don't like it. It's not a confirmation. It's not a confirmation, Travis. I don't know how I feel about Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong. I do love Jack Black as Bowser, though. But also, who asked for this movie? Did any of us ask for this movie? Do we want this movie? I don't know that we want this movie. Yeah, no, Jack Black as Bowser, fucking perfection. Honestly. They did good. They did good with that one. I'll give credit where credit is due. Damn it, I did it again. Love Rat Sonic to stare at me. Rat Sonic is all of our sleep paralysis demons into one nightmarish creature. Boy, is it a lot. Keith Richards is Bowser. Is Keith Richards still alive? I swear to God, that man creature has done so many drugs and drunk so much alcohol in his life that he has just mummified himself already. Like, this... It's not great. Oh, fuck. Not the sewer! I remember this. Where is it? Okay, there it is. Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo as the Mario Brothers. Absolutely! 100%, that would be so much better. I know there's... Hold on a second. There has been talk of... I have to find the picture, and then I have to post it, and then I have to pull it up so that we can all see what I have seen. Yeah, no, it was the 93 Super Mario Bros. It's great. I mean, it wasn't great, but it's, like, better. It's better. Fucking hell. Okay, hold on a second. We gotta do a thing real fast. I posted it in... Sorry. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me... This! We need this! This has to happen! Please? Please? Danny DeVito as Mario, please? Please! I need this in my life. We can have Arnold as Luigi. Yeah, yes. Accurate, yes. Arnold Schwarzenegger as Luigi. I can't look at this picture anymore. I can't look at it. Jordan, oh fucking... Not Jordan, that's not his name. Key! From Key and Peele. It's... Yeah, no, one of the two. Fucking hell. Keegan-Michael, Key. Is Toad. Welcome, Dougie! Hi! How's it going? Also, hello. Yeah, no, if we could get Danny DeVito as Wario, it'd be perfect. It'd be perfect. It would actually be perfect. We gotta yeet Chris Pratt. Crisp Rat? And, yeah. I just want to yeet Chris Pratt into a volcano. Preferably. Sorry. I don't have the picture pulled up anymore, but I can still just see Danny DeVito. Oh boy. Okay, I need to run. We gotta go. Ground floor. Ah! He was far too close. Don't laugh at me. It is legit. Honestly. Danny DeVito's already the perfect Wario. Just simply from existing. Quick, someone ask him if he really likes garlic. Fucking hell, where are we? I know that there is... Thought there was a music key down here, or a room that needed the music key somewhere down here. Is it not here? Is it in the basement? It's in the basement. Shall we? go to the basement real fast. I think we shall. Fucking hell. That's because he was so good in Matilda! Oh, I haven't watched that movie in forever. I did see that Bayonetta 3 got announced, and honestly, good for her. I am stupidly excited about Bayonetta 3. I mean, any self-respecting anyone who adores women, fucking let's go. I'd let her absolutely destroy me in whatever way she saw fit, honestly. Jack Black as Wario wouldn't be bad either. No, that's true. That's true. But come on, Danny DeVito. If we could get Jack Black to be Bowser and Donkey Kong, that would be pretty dope. Yeah, can Jack Black just be everybody? I would die hearing Jack Black as Toad. Please. Please. I need Jack Black as Toad. I need that monstrosity in my life. Right, though? I don't hate Charlie Day as Luigi. I don't necessarily know that his voice would work. I just love the It's Always Sunny parallels. Just Green Man mostly. That's pretty much it. That's the only parallel I can think of, but I love it. Somebody throwing stink around here. Stop! I'm convinced that that's not bottles breaking, but actually is me just tooting. In which case, we need to go see a doctor, because that can't be healthy. Can they just... Please? Please? It's Always Sunny, but it's Mario. Dennis 100% would have to be Mario. Just because he's also a war criminal, right? I mean, the obvious choice would be D, but honestly, can you imagine Mac as Princess Peach? Please. Just everyone is Princess Peach at this point. D is Bowser! Guys, I can't do it. Dwayne The Rock Johnson as Peach. Okay, but he'd rock it. He'd rock it. Get it? Because he's The Rock. But also, he would 100% own that role. I'm dying. Oh boy. Hold on. There's... D's Toad. D's just everyone that none of us want. Oh. Chris Pratt is 6'2" and Charlie Day is 5'7". It's animated though. It's gonna be like an animated one, isn't it? Which doesn't make it any better. But, I think, do not quote me on that, but that was my assumption. Because otherwise, what the fuck is this cast? It has to be animated though, right? Please. I don't know. I just know that I like... I know that there was like some exciting news for Animal Crossing folks yesterday, which good for them. But I definitely did just sell my copy of Animal Crossing yesterday. And I have no regrets. I don't need no pigeon milk. Dougie, no, you're bullshitting us. I hope it is. I can't cope with a live action Mario movie with Chris Pratt and Charlie Day as Mario, and Luigi Mario. Fucking move, man. Go. Get. It's not even... It wouldn't even be good chaos, though. It would just be a disaster. And not in a good, fun way. No! You guys are the worst. You're all the worst. I'm gonna run. I don't want to be down here anymore. Oh! Hello, sir. No. Why are you all like this? No. Not a gritty Netflix reboot. Not that. Big Seraphim Bowser costume for Jack Black with the... It's... Okay, hear me out. Even if it is animated, I do need it to just be Jack Black's face on Bowser. Hell, just have it be Jack Black. Just dressed as himself. As Bowser, though. I have not seen his video. No! Please post it! Like a Roger Rabbit. Yeah, no, the entire movie is animated except for Jack Black as Bowser. It's just Jack Black superimposed over the animation. Dougie, I don't like any of your ideas. Please. Please. Not the people here. I hate this. I hate this so much. You guys are making a monster. Why? 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 I need to get past all of these monsters. Like, now. Please. Oh my god. I hate this. I hate this movie. I hate everything about it. I hate everything it stands for. And everything it could be. My god. Oh. Just the buttholes. Just CGI buttholes. Have you checked your butthole? Skeet up, butt up, butthole? Wait, no. I wanted to go to the second floor. Fuck. Fucking hell. I hate this movie and it hasn't even been made. Have I not been in that room? I don't have the key for that room. That's one of them there scarab keys. I don't have it as a command, but have you checked your butthole? Skeet up, butt up, butthole. Also, thank you, Jody. I will 100% be checking that out. Post stream.
Thomas? My uncle Abraham might be on the second floor.
Don't do it! Yeah, if you want that, let me know. I'll get you a good clean cut of it.
In the west wing. You should be able to reach me that way.
I've stopped paying attention to what's happening. It's alright, I'll be careful.
My uncle was not a man to be trifled with before.
Fucking hell.
Now, I am not sure he's a man at all. He's a brute, Thomas.
What about an oath?
Be careful.
We talked about how good of a word oath was.
Please take care, Thomas.
Not a man! He's a brute! What is going on here? Give me this. What is this? Prudence's letter to Elizabeth! My Elizabeth. Although I am writing this with a heavy heart, knowing that we have little time left together, please know that I cherish and love you dearly. Not that I think anyone would be serious about it, but I am committed enough to making just garbage that if you want any stupid sound alerts with this lovely, grating, awful voice, let me know and I'll get it for you. There's so much more I should have told you. This house and the watery depths by which it dwells are full of secrets, many too terrible to be told, and I fear that I was complicit in them. Yeah, have we seen my thumbnails? Like, y'all. Okay, but real talk. I was considering for the reading stream, having a redeem where I have to like eat some peanut butter and then read. But then I realized I would probably make myself extremely sick, and I don't want to do that. But I think that could be fun at some point. Maybe we'll do that for the subathon. At the end of this next month. Maybe that's a thing we'll do for the subathon. We'll talk about it. We'll see. We'll figure it out. I was a young girl swept up in her fascination and adoration of your father's hubris, by the promise of power and fame their discoveries afforded.
Don't be shy. Give it a little try now.
I don't have any peanut butter. I don't have peanut butter right now. It's not something I usually eat. Nut butt mouth! Cyril! Cyril! Not mayo! No! 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 This is all getting so much worse. Oh no! Not Canva being difficult for you. Live fish. Just pop a fucking tetra in my mouth. Call it good. I'm dying. This is what death is. This is the end of me, guys. It was nice knowing y'all. Hold on. Hold on. Did I not? I didn't finish looking over here. What's through here? Hello? Oh, I remember this level. It's gotta be a
I'd like to redeem Nutbutt Mouth, please.
The way she said it. Nutbutt Mouth, please. She was so very polite about it. You can tell that Kim rolls a goody two-shoes. Unlike my bratty ass over here. Alright, what is... Oh! Daddy's a murderer. Unkie's a murderer. I don't know that I would stream Deltarune, honestly. Just given how rabid a lot of the community is with it. I have it on my list to play, though, because I'm very excited about it. But yeah. Like, I adore Undertale and everything, but I also would never play Undertale on stream. Ever. They're rabid, it's true. It means that they're extremely obsessive and particular about the game they like, and they freak out if you do anything slightly different from what they do. I would recommend that you play it, Fruity, honestly, but just don't stream it. That's been my general, like, experience with it. Like, trying to watch other people stream it and stuff, impossible, because people just freak out. And it just makes it extremely not fun to watch. It's a good game. It's a genuinely good game. The fandom has just kind of taken it to an extreme, which I feel like is the case with a lot of things, honestly. Shit gets out of hand. Dougie. Exactly. No, it's exactly like how people get with their favorite sports team. It's just like a lot. Thomas' letter to Elizabeth. My dearest Elizabeth, I've received your letter and my heart is filled with concern at your words. To hear that you suffered at the hands of your father and that he has confined you to Sker Hotel is more than I can bear. I shall, however, respect your wishes and set all mind and talent to completing the task you have set in composing this piece for you. I'll work day and night, and when I am finished, shall board the fastest train to you, my darling. Yours always, Thomas. Thomas, you absolute sucker. No, it's true, the rabid fans will get ya. Now, I'll consider a Deltarune playthrough, but no guarantees. If I did, I would probably put it in follower mode. Follower only chat. And depending on how that went, might boost up security a bit. Secret stream would definitely be more manageable. More viable. But, I don't think Sans is in Deltarune. Fruity. Hey Fruity, you should just play Undertale. Go enjoy Sans for yourself. Okay, where am I? There's a cylinder in there. But I can't get in there? Look, I trust you, Terry. And I trust most of the people in chat right now. I just know that there are, like, plenty of people looking for that tag specifically. I don't know that I'd be able to handle it. Is there? Okay, there's nothing else there. I have to sneeze again, maybe? Excuse me. In the first 2 seconds of the Sand Skeleton song also. Why aren't you yelling aggressively at me? It just sounds like we're having witty banter at this point. Hey, look. Sometimes we all commit a little bit of tax fraud here and there. Maybe you should just become like me and have a ridiculously loud voice So that no matter where you are in the world, you'll hear me. I'm loud, you know. Tax frog? We love frogs. Go for it! I'll fight the IRS. I'd punch an IRS in the mouth. Not amphibious accounting. I would trust a frog to do my taxes. I fucking hate doing taxes. I don't mind paying taxes. I just hate doing taxes. This whole concept of like, hey government, I know I owe you some money. Would you like to tell me how much I owe? And then being like, no, you guess. You figure out how much you owe me. And it's like, okay, cool. If that's the case, like, I just pay whatever then, right? And then it's like, no, you gotta pay the exact right amount that we know but aren't telling you, or you'll go to jail. And then it's like, hey IRS, do you just want to tell me how much I owe you so I can pay you? Like, the proper amount? Maybe? If the frog looks like a dilf, then yeah, okay, do taxes at me. So that was a whole fucking sentence that I love and never expected. Sorry, can we just take a moment and imagine Dilf Frog? The dilfiest frog you can conjure up in your mind. And I mean, you know he's gonna be like a well-dressed nerd. Definitely got a bow tie and like suspenders and like very nice clean pressed pants. Maybe some like little round glasses. And just super dilfy. But a frog? Tax frog is hot now and smart. I am broken. Alright, Tilf Tax Frog. Let's fucking go. Just imagine that German Ninja Turtle pickle ad. Oh, I have no idea what this ad is. Also, yeah, we're big horny on main for this tax frog. I see nothing wrong with it. Also, I just saw some... Sorry, I just saw that Travis posted in memes because I still have it pulled up and now I'm looking out. Danny DeVito again. We're just gonna cover up Discord entirely. I need to not look at any of the nonsense that's happening in there. I'm saving all of that for after stream, but I have seen that, I have seen that sticker before. The damn I love frogs. Dilf. Okay! I mean, you don't gotta convince me twice. Let's go! Matching Wario DeVito tattoos. Get on it. Okay, I'm gonna read this thing and stop thinking about Dilf Frog as much as I am. I'm thinking about Dilf Frog to an uncomfortable level. My refusal to sing has frustrated my father, but has only delayed his plans. Playing the recordings of that creature's song via one of his mechanisms consumes him now. There must be some means to counteract it. To dull or cancel its influence. Some melody or song that can act as a counterpoint. As a counter to it? I will need help, but how to go about it? The risk of the song getting out is too great. Perhaps if I were to split it into pieces, the same as my father has done with his recordings, and approach 4 different composers, each with a part. But who to ask? My dearest Thomas, of course, but who else? Thomas Evans, Matilda Norton, Arthur Morris, Henry Hughes. We've already found Matilda Norton, and we found Henry. So where's Arthur? Dilfrog. Fucking hell. We have created a monster! Is this wrong? Wait. There's nothing in here. Where? Oh, there's another one over here. Okay, there's a door here. This dresses are pretty dope. Those collars, though.
Time has run out.
Dilfrog.
Father intends to use his grand harmonium, the machine he has devised tonight.
Who are you?
To use the recorded song of that lamentable creature on the household and staff. A dress rehearsal for his grand reopening. One final test before... Oh, I'm not ready.
I
tried to compose it myself. Tried until my
Dilfrog.
fingers bled on the keys and my voice cracked. But at last, 2 composers of the countersong have arrived at the hotel.
Thinking
I must
about
speak with them before the dress
Dilfrog.
rehearsal. I can only
I'm
pray
mostly
that
trying
this
to...
will be enough.
It's true. Trying to get Dilfrog out of my head, but honestly at this point, I'm mostly trying to like figure out how I could make that into a costume.
That would only be condemning the others to my father's experiments.
To my dad's insanity.
I must face our family's sins.
Yeah, Dilfrog lives rent-free in my fucking brain now. Genuinely though, trying to figure out like how
I wish I did not have to face
I could
this
make that
alone,
into a
as I fear my
into a
strength and
costume.
resolve might fail. Thomas, where are you? I need you now more than ever, my love.
God. Alright, let's I would like to leave now. Thank you for bringing Dilfrog into our brains, Terry. Boy, is that a thing that lives in my head now. Dilfrog. Oh god. Boy. Howdy. Oh, there's a thing at the end of this one. Have you checked your Dilfrog? Skid up, but up, love frogs. Ba ba ba. Stompy boy. Oh, right. Titty. Sir! I need that! Sir, I need that! Titty. He was way off the mark! The titties are on the wall, not right in front of him! I mean, I get it, he's got a bag on his head, and that does make it difficult to aim, but come on, bud. My guy. You gotta do better than that. Okay, that was locked, but that's also locked. Okay. Nah, look! I understand! Is there a frog dating sim? I can't say I'm shocked. I can't say I'm surprised about that. Okay, wait, he left. Where do I go now? Okay, but I've got have you checked your butthole, but with Dilfrog in my head. This is bad. This y'all have made this extremely difficult. Thinking about Dilfrog! Hey, Hey, it was bound to happen eventually. Where did he bust through? Also, I definitely just smashed my thigh into my desk, and that hurt a little bit. But hey. Keep your farts to yourself, Cyril. Boop! Run away. I wanna go in here. I wanna go in here! Also, I saw that hydrate. Thank you, Travis, for the hydrate. I'm all sniffly now. Gotta give Dougie the fart. Don't say that. I don't know where I'm going, and this big boy is coming for me. Nice cock. Thought the statue was the big boy. Statue was not the big boy. Ah, the big boy's there though. Oh, let's go. Real talk though, do you want me to send you these sound clips? Because I will send them to you. I would say I've got time to kill, but I don't. But I do love me a good distraction. Perfect. Perfect. Let me just, write this down. For no real reason. Not only Kaysh sounds, please. We're cursed enough as is. Okay, I think this man is literally standing outside this door. Won't we all? Hold on, I hear this lady. I can't open that. Don't do this to yourself. You'll regret it. Is that where I want to go? Yeah, it is. I think he's in there, though. I think he's stomping in there, though. Where is he? Woo! There's the big boy. Upstairs neighbors are the worst. That's locked. That's also locked. That's barricaded. Fucking hell. Hi, big man. This is how I feel going up the stairs, though. Real talk. My knees fucking hate me. They don't work. Come on, Stompy man. You're very stompy, but you're very slow. Nice cock, dill frog. Not the dill frog. Ah! Ah! Sorry. I don't like it when he starts running at me. Is it good? I hope it's good. Ouchies. It's always trying its best. It doesn't ever do a great job of it, though. Okay, come back out here. Is he dead yet? Are you dead yet? It's true. Makes sense. I do try to offer closed captions, but they're not great. Hey, look, when you're this well endowed, when you're as well endowed as Dilfrog is, a little jump scare is to be expected. Elizabeth, are you there?
Yes,
Ma'am.
I'm still here. I thought you... Something just...
It's all good, Bono. We appreciate lurkers, but it's nice to know you're still here. I hope you're having fun playing some Stardew. Elizabeth, your uncle, he wouldn't stop. He is still breathing. Thomas.
What happened? I could hear the sound of... Wait. I thought I heard something here. Somebody is trying the door, Thomas.
Sorry.
I must go. No! No, stop! Stop! Let go of me! Let go!
Again, if anybody ever needs like a monster voice actor for their dang game, let me know. I like making weird noises. Okay, I can hear. It's in there. That'd be dope. I just want to make dumb sounds and get paid for it, honestly. Big boy's back. Not that I'd expect to get paid for, like, an indie project necessarily. But, like, in the end, dream job, get paid to make stupid sounds. Look, if I could make the monster noises for things like, I don't know, like Bloodborne. Some of those monsters are weird. Jen, hi! How's it going, friend? Welcome, welcome, welcome! We have a new key, right? Ooh, first floor. That's where I want to go. Ooh, hiccups. I mean, if a goth vampire said Dilfrog in a game to me, I would just stop running. I mean, it would be a village situation all over again. They thought Lady D turning into a giant dragon was gonna make me be terrified and stuff. Joke's on them. That just made me hornier. Where the hell is this room? Over here. Yerb. Does it make you feel yerb? Door's over here. I gotta go over here. How are you doing tonight, Jen? How's it going? I need all these stupid guys. Stop coming at me. Just let me explore the mansion, y'all. That's all. Close. Excuse you. Good, good. Good, 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 good. Is there anything in here? Or is this just a dumb room? This is just a dumb room. Thanks! We're officially a year old in regards to streaming. That's weird. Time is weird. This room was useless. It just had a doll in it. I turned 1 today. Oh. I'm an adult. It's great. I feel like there's more stuff that I need to do upstairs still. So I guess we gotta go back to the second floor. We're getting there? That's the room I need to go into. So we need to take a right. follow the hallway. Take a left. Okay. I mean, I can. What do I get out of it? I'm very bad at ooh speak. I mean, you just gotta act like a big gold baby, right? Who's seen me? Who spotted me? I don't just ooh woo speak for not for just anyone. Oh fuck. There's the baby voice. Can you imagine that with like ooh woo talks? Ow! Fucking hell. Not even for you. You want ooh woo speak, you gotta redeem it. I'll just ooh woo for anybody. Fuck, that's a dead end. No, it's not. There's a door. Open. Open! Stop! I'm trying to heal! I can't heal. I don't have nothing. WTF Astra, hi, welcome! I hope I've said your name correctly. Faster rate. Hello, welcome raiders. How's it going? How are we doing? Can one of our mods get a shout out for our friend over here? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all were also playing Maid of Sker. I always want to say Sker, but that's wrong. Scar. How's it? Did you like it? Are you enjoying it? Have you played it before? How far are you? Hi, friends. Welcome. How are we doing? Super scary. Yeah, I mean we've been streaming for a while. I've also played it before, so can kind of just make our way through it. Are you enjoying it though? Do you like it? Another kitty update? I can do that for you. Let's before I get you the update on the kitty cats, let me introduce myself to our new friends. Hello everyone, welcome. My name is Kayshurrr. I am a horror streamer. I mostly focus on horror and mystery games. As you can tell, we are currently playing Maid of Sker today. We only have one of the cylinders that we're looking for, but we're very close to getting a second one. It's all good. I enjoyed this game. It is also it's also my Streamiversary today. I've officially been streaming for one whole dang year. And this is the game that I played for my very first stream. So we were revisiting it, trying to see if I still enjoyed it as much as I did the first time, and I so far am. It's very fun. But hello, welcome. Thank y'all for being here. We appreciate it. Assumably, you have been streaming for a while. If you need to get up, take a break, stretch your legs.
1 year pog.
1 year pog indeed. Thank you, Zero, for the biddies. I really, really appreciate it. But yeah, if you guys need to take a break at all, feel free to get up and go. Take care of your dang selves. We'll be here for a while longer. I'm planning on streaming until we get to the end of the game. Fingers crossed. But we are already almost 5 hours into stream. So we'll see how I'm feeling as we continue on. I was shooting for at least 6 hours, and was willing to go past that, but we'll see. But yes, Astra, thank you for the raid. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for bringing your community over. Yeah, like I said, if you guys need to take a break, stretch your legs, get some food, get some water, take care of your dang selves, go for it. We'll be here for a while longer. Yeah! Raid time! I need to keep running. Sorry, I keep forgetting that I'm being chased. This is the direction I would like to go. I am also all out of heal items because I kept pushing the buttons bad. What is this? A stretch redeem! I can do that. Also, kitty cat update. Sorry, I did not forget. I did forget, but I saw it. Thank you for the stretch, Travis. For everyone who's here, because there are a lot of new folks, but also general reminder, if I have to do self-care stuff, so do you. All of our meat mechs need attention now and then. And it's good to get a good stretch in there sometimes. As for how the kitty cats are doing, Lamia is, not only is this my 1-year anniversary for streaming, it is Lamia's 1 year, she is 1 year past having her stroke, so she is doing real well. Her recovery has been super fantastic over the last year. She is back to doing everything that she was doing before, if not a little more wobbly than before. But hey, we're here for it. She's doing very good, though. She is currently sleeping under the desk. And just being a big old sweetheart. We love her. Devo's also doing super fantastic. Right, we all get a little wobbly as we get older. But, yeah, let's see. Devo is also doing super fantastic. He is not being as much of a wiggly boy as he usually is. I think I've said this the last couple of updates for him, but he is still sleeping with me, like, throughout the entire night, and not being nearly as wiggly, which is super precious. I often wake up with Lamia on one side and Devo on the other side, just, like, with me sandwiched between the two of them, and it's very cute. He gets very grumpy when I get to go to get out of bed, because he just wants to snuggle all the time. But he's doing good. He's a lot less bitey. I don't know what got into him the other week when he was just chomping constantly, but I didn't like it. I have been having, like, I've got him closed right now, but I've had the windows open for the last couple of days because it's been fairly nice outside. And he is not about it. He does not like the smell of the outside. It's freaking him out. It's giving him flashbacks to when he was lost for 2 weeks. And it causes him to panic, which is hilarious, but also not great, because I don't want to stress my boy out. And Farley, our big boy, being an absolute turd, and bullying Lamia a lot lately. I think it's mostly because he wants to play with her, but doesn't always realize that the size difference between the two of them is significant, and she finds him extremely intimidating, because she is fairly blind and fairly deaf, and he is just huge. So he pushes her around a lot, and that's been not great. But he's been hanging out upstairs a lot more because it's cooling down, which is awesome. And that's how the kitty cats are doing. That's all of them. Exactly, mother, the outside. I do not approve. 20 plus cats. Goodness gracious. There's so many. I love our kitty cats. Like, we live on a farm, and so... I didn't realize they were still chasing me. Hi, Devo. I know, I yelled. I'm sorry. It's okay. No, we live on a farm, and none of our neighbors like to take care of their animals. What is happening? Why is my forward key not working? Hey, game? I know what happened. I know what happened. I accidentally changed my keyboard to the French keyboard. It happens sometimes. There we go. Welcome back, Sam. Hi. What was I saying? Right, I live on a farm. All right, neighbors don't tend to take care of the animals around here by, like, spaying or neutering them. So we usually get a ton of strays on the property, and usually we just disregard them or catch them as we can and try and get them spayed and neutered, but it doesn't always work. But occasionally we bring some of them in because we love them, and we adore them, and we want them, and we want them. That's that. We just want them. But yeah. Are you really gonna make me do this again? Devo. Buddy. Oh. My sweet whiny boy. We gotta do the fight again. We gotta do the fight again, and I'm not happy about that. Does that mean I have to go back down to the other room on the first floor? Where is this man? Partner's parents can be a lot sometimes, even if you adore them. Dr. Octo, hi! That would be Sarah. Sarah got you a gift sub, because they're super sweet and kind. Game's going good! Well, it was, and then I died, and now we have to do the boss fight again. And I don't know where he is. I think he's coming around the corner. There he is. Let's go, man. Let's go. But it's good. It's going good. That's not where I want to go. I want to go here. You did not miss anyone. Dr. Octo's here, though. And they got one of the gift subs that you got. Or think. No! Was it... I think it was Sam. It was Sam. Sorry. Well, you're both super fantastic and lovely and beautiful people. And kind beyond measure. My bad. Okay, let's do this shit again. 10 seconds. Whoa, don't run at me, sir. Stop. Thanks for stopping in, Terry. It's always a delight to see and have you stop in. Take care of yourself. We'll see you next time. Bye, friends. Okay. I keep losing track of my count, but that's okay. What's up, Octo? How's it going? How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy to have you here. 3, 4. Get him. Alright, we did it! Everything is great. I'm gonna move my light a little bit, because again, I feel like it's washing me out some. Which is fine. Yeah, look, this man is still moving. He's fine. That's totally okay, Sam. We love you, and we're happy when you show up. And if you can't be here, that's okay too. Take care of your dang self. Have fun.
Yes.
Enjoy what
I'm
you're
still
doing. We'll
here.
see you later.
I thought you... Something just... What was that?
Did you... Sarah? Sarah, thank you for the gift subs. You're being so very kind. I really appreciate it.
Wait. I thought I heard something here.
I would say it, but you guys always do thank people that get you gift subs. You guys are genuinely just like some of the best human beings that I know, honestly.
No, stop!
You're great.
Let go of me!
You're all very great.
Get off!
Elizabeth! Girl, you don't gotta scream. It's okay. It's fine. Okay, we are trying to get all the way over here. Big hugs right back at you! I'm trying not to get, like, too terribly sappy. Mostly because I just don't know that I'd be able to recover from it fully. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Ouch. But honestly, like, I'm so lucky to know you guys. Dilf Cyril? Powerful. Not Tax Frog! Terry might be going to sleep, but Tax Frog lives on. Okay, let's pick that back up. Oh boy, they're coming for us. Oh lordy coming. Woo! They're coming through the door. What is this? Hold on, everyone pause, we're reading a thing. All you need to know is that Tax Frog is hot and a dilf and ready to do your taxes. We love Dilf Frog. Dilf Tax Frog. Dilf Tax Frog? Very good. Alright. 22nd of October, 1897. Father has discovered my plans to counter his song, and I've made steps to ensure that I can stop him. But he's planning to unleash it tonight at the rehearsal on the Grand Harmonium, with the staff in attendance. I fear I am too late. Dougie, why? Dougie, why? Why? Nope, it's gonna be there. You need to know what you have said. I must try myself to stop him. I agreed to sing for my father and attempt to stop his vile plan. Something went terribly wrong. I tried to sing what I could of the counter song, the version I created, but it wasn't ready. I should have waited for Thomas and the others, but time was short. I fear I've made things worse. The look on Father's face when he knew what I was attempting frightened me. Oh no.
Everyone write in our diary tonight about what Dougie said so we never forget.
Never forget. Never forget. Jesus Christ. It's very good. Very good. The song sung- wait. The look on Father's face when he knew what I was attempting frightened him. I've never seen him like that before. The song sung with the melody of the cylinder sent everyone mad. It was not the desired effect I had planned for. Staff started screaming and attacking each other. Father began to bleed from his ears that became unhinged, scribbling on the stairs in his own blood. What have I done? Nah, it's great. I wouldn't change it. One. I don't think he can come up here. Why can't I go up the stairs? Why can't I go up? There we go. Oh, fuck. No, that's totally okay. I appreciate the lurk. Like I've been saying for everyone, because I genuinely mean it. It's lovely to hear from you. Oh no.
Mom, can you come pick me up? The other kids are bullying me cause I started and then I dabbed with it on my finger which ended up samba smudging it across my forehead.
Not the samba smudge. Not the samba smudge. Dougie. But, Octo, it's totally cool, totally understandable. We appreciate the lurk. It's a delight to hear from you anytime you get a chance to stop in and say hi. But I totally understand you need to take care of yourself. Wind down, try to relax a little bit. If you can get some sleep, get some sleep.
Love you, cutie. SPOOPY bean.
Kimrold, it's pronounced spoopy. Thank you for the biddies, Lobano. You're also a cute spoopy bean, and I adore you. You guys just are all like, you're all just fucking fantastic and lovely, and it genuinely just warms my heart whenever I get to chat or interact with any of you guys. You're all fantastic. Honestly. Okay, what is happening here? Cursed and questionable, fantastic and lovely. It all sounds the same to me, honestly. Honestly. This is the sappy part. This is when we get all sappy. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. I do need to figure out what is happening, because I don't know what's happening right now.
I love you, BTICH. I'm never gonna stop loving you,
Bitch. Also, nice. 69 bits. I also love you, bitch. And I'm never gonna stop loving you, bitch. Allie, you're great and lovely, and I love you. I said I love you, bitch. Never gonna stop loving you, bitch. Right back at you, though. Honestly. That is a vine. Got that good gummy bear brewing. Oh, I see. Okay, I understand. So, hold on. Fish was 1, right? The fish has a 1 on it. So fish is first. If you want details on this exquisite vine, homeboy was shirtless. Nate, hello, welcome. How's it going, friend? Fish dog. Don't mind me as I try and solve this puzzle. Where's 3? 3 is over here. 3 is the falcon? Bird. How are you doing? Oh shit! It's gonna be a green olive, a thimble, or a jack. I'm gonna pretend it's a thimble. Because I hate olives. What is this? Other bird? Oh no, do I have 2 birds? No, it's a cage. Okay. Boop. Specifically the thimble from Peter Pan. Oh no. Not 7 times. That sounds miserable. Why would you do that? And then deer. That might be an elk, but it's whatever. I like how the boy is still super stompy downstairs, though. All right, we got fish. We got dog. We got burb. We got a cage. And we got a deer. Yeah, chat's a whole ass thing right now. We're all partying. We're just having a good old time. I'm glad you're doing good, though. Don't look at me, monster! Wow, okay. Okay. Whatever you say. What do we got here? What do we got? I have locked myself in the attic and barricaded the door. The grand harmonium does not seem to have afflicted me like the others. This all began with that creature, sequestered beneath Scare Point. It has to be free, preventing it from harming anyone else. I must ensure I can get to the cavern safely without what were my father and his men from finding me. They are not sane men anymore. No, I got it. I got it, Elizabeth. We got it. Yeah, no, it's been a whole wild party today. It's been fantastic, and I love it, and I'm here for it. Ma'am? Ma'am? Elizabeth? You're not Elizabeth! Oh, wait, no, you were Elizabeth. Dang! Hi, Daddy! That's a lowercase d, not a capital. He's not the fun kind of daddy. He's the mean kind. And now we're here. Alright. I can't walk over here. There's an invisible wall. No, it's okay, we can pass through there, but that's a coal chute, so it doesn't matter. I can't climb up it, apparently. What do we got here? Elizabeth's diary! I took a chance leaving the safety of the attic today. I have discovered my father has began doing unspeakable things, burning men's faces with no reasoning for it. Wow, reading is hard. I hear Uncle beneath these floorboards, wandering the halls, searching for me. He's become a mindless giant. They have both sunk deeper into madness, wearing their horrid ritual masks. It frightens me. Some guests have arrived earlier for the grand reopening. I tried to warn them, but my father and uncle forced this madness upon them. These poor people are now just as monstrous as my family. It's too horrible to describe. Okay, well, that's fine. Let us continue on.
It is done.
It is done.
I have managed to make phonograph copies of 3 of my father's 4 cylinders. 3 parts of the siren song. The 4th, I've come to realize, is the very same tune as the musical locket that you always wore, Mother.
Mother.
The very one which
Sounds
I
so
was fascinated with
disgusted.
as a child. Even as an infant, were you grooming me to take your place as my father now commands? Whatever the truth of your misdeeds, Mother, I want you to know that I've arranged for these fragments of the siren song to be dispatched to 4 composers. Your locket to go to my dearest Thomas. With his help and theirs, we shall come up with a means to counter the power of the song my father so desperately seeks to control.
We gotta be, like, nearing the end of the game, right? I mean, I know we still have 2 more cylinders to get, but, like, we're now at the point where we are sort of kind of getting them real fast. Please no. Daddy! I can't walk forward. I am stuck here. Okay. More things! In Greek mythology, a siren is a creature half bird, half woman who lured sailors to destruction by the sweetness of her song. Sirens are not the same as mermaids, but have been mistaken as the same throughout the ages. It is believed that in medieval times, sirens stopped being depicted as bird-like to fish-like creatures due to a confused interpretation by writers and artists. This has led over centuries to the true visual image of siren evolving and being widely depicted as a mermaid, which in Greek legend is not the case. Sirens were actually first documented in Homer's Odyssey in the 8th century BC, and later writers specify that sirens possess wings, or that they have the heads of beautiful women and the bodies of birds. Again, okay, so this was something that I was confused about when we first played. Like, I understand the misinterpretation and stuff, but I thought these bird-like women have always been harpies, which do have something akin to a siren's song, but are still different from each other? Well, this is uncomfy. Mannequins. Woo! You got real dang close. Do you wanna scooch on past my bud? Let's go, let's go. The song is beautiful. Yeah, I mean, like, sirens are... I thought sirens were fish ladies, and harpies were bird ladies, who both, like, have similar powers, again, in this, in regards to this song, that can mesmerize or put to sleep generally menfolk. but could be either, could be any person, really. But, like, am I wrong about that? Oh, I know where we are. I mean, I just love a cryptid that can ruin a life. But hey, if we, Are they cryptids? I mean, to an extent, yeah. I mean, that's what any mythological creature is, really. If you break it down, they're just a cryptid. Sorry. Just gonna keep checking. No, I think I would consider it more or less the same thing. I think cryptids are traditionally used for more contemporary beings. Contemporary being, oh, fuck off. They've ruined the elevator. Contemporary being a little more loose in meaning. Anything from like the last 300 years? Yeah, cryptids are mentioned in Disco Elysium. That's what the phasmid is. The phasmid is a cryptid. Okay, so I can't go there. I have to go use the stairs. I have gone the completely wrong way. Well, this is frustrating. We love us the phasmid. Phasmid is the best cryptid. It's true. I'm gonna tell Bugsy. I'm gonna tell Bugsy. No, I would never. But yeah. Can we... Sorry, I am going to be checking my map constantly because... Why not? I need... Okay. So we need to go up this way because I gotta go through the crawl space again. Because... The sirens were 3 monstrous sea nymphs who lured sailors to their death with a bewitching song. They were formerly handmaidens of the goddess Persephone, and when she was secretly abducted by Hades, Demeter gave them the bodies of birds to assist in the search. They eventually gave up and settled on the flowery island of Anthemosia. Or Anthemosa? Okay, but hear me out. If they started out as sea nymphs, then they would have been potentially more fish-like, and then turned into harpies. Specifically, Greek myth sirens are bird ladies. Okay. Alright. Good to know. That was like my only nitpick, my only other nitpick about this game the first time that we went through, because it was just odd. Okay. Penguins are seabirds, as are turtles. Not seabirds. Can people stop yeeting their stink around here? I need them to stop. Oh my god, this man is going so slow. Good to know! I appreciate getting lessons about monsters. Especially since, like, again, the depiction of both were so very similar. Being bird women who sing songs to lure in their prey. I just know I have an absolute hatred for harpies. They're just obnoxious, and I need them to go away, always. Always! Just... If you're thinking about writing something that involves harpies, don't. Just don't. Where is... It's directly in front of me. This man needs to move. Go away! Okay. Let us go through... Can I stand up? Please and thank you? So yeah, that clears up that slight complaint I had about the game. And again, it wasn't even necessarily a complaint, it was just a like, wait, this is very unclear to me. What's going on? So good game though. Don't touch me. My question is, how did this man get into this hallway if there's like no other way in? I mean, anytime I get to murder a harpy, I'm happy. Again, I mean, they probably derived it from the fact that the sirens were originally sea nymphs. Which you wouldn't necessarily, again, equate a sea nymph with a bird. Oh, not Whisper Kayshurrr. Not Whisper Kayshurrr. Alright, hang on a second. Let me get my timer up. How is this for volume? Can y'all still hear me just fine at this level? Or do I need to pull the microphone closer? I'm gonna wait until it sounds the same. Really? I am genuine. Okay, then let me move that away. How is that? Is that better? Am I whispering now? I'm trying to whisper. I'm sorry. Okay, this is my normal speaking voice, right? Right? This is me whispering. It is different. It is different. I'm telling you, it's different. Not the voice mod as well. Party time one? The birthday one? You want the birthday one? I'm gonna start both of these timers at the same time. That's what's happening. No! Okay. Wait, which party one? Oh, party time. There is one named party time. Okay, yeah. Sorry. My bad. I got it. Okay, we'll do some Whisper Cowboy, alright? We'll get some Whisper Cowboy going on. This is me whispering. I don't give a shit what any of you say. It is a whisper. It's a whisper for me. And now you got the party time going on. Is it actually on? Are we good? Can you hear it? Is it fine? I think it's fine. Timer has started. Whisper party time. It's gonna be great. I don't know what that means, Cyril. I don't know what doing a Jason Derulo means. I'm not hip with these kids. And your weird references. I only know Jason Derulo was in the new version of Cats. That's my only frame of reference for who that man is. Oh, where am I going? Up the stairs. We gotta go up the stairs. Yeah, but see, I don't play Fortnite. So that doesn't help us. Fucking hell, man! Is this not where I was supposed to go? Did I die? Or is this what was supposed to happen? Was that scripted? I think it was scripted. It was scripted. Do I just yell, Jason Derulo? Like that? Is that doing a Jason Derulo? Oh, sir, your face. No, we're not kissing. I don't know you. Oh, that's what he says before any song. Okay. Alright, I see. I see. It's not Mr. Worldwide. It's not Pitbull. Pitbull doesn't do that, does he? Doggo came to save us! No, Doggo, no! We gotta go save the Doggo! Not the record scratch. No! I have to go save our friend. I am upset. I didn't kill the doggo. I'm pretty sure the doggo shows back up later, okay?
I can't believe you've done this.
Elizabeth needs to stop laughing. Ma'am, it wasn't that funny. It wasn't that funny. Okay? Look, I know forced laughter when I hear it. That person is burnt. Guys, look! It's Chris Pratt. No, don't turn around. Stop, where are you going? Elizabeth is tripping a little bit. It's been a rough day for her. What are you doing? The rat is crisp. But nah, it's been a rough day for Elizabeth. Like, her dad went a little wild. Yeah, crisp rat. Can we not? Okay, look. I'm not gonna deal with any of this. We're just gonna run past. Ignore the bodies. It's not that big of a deal, really. But yeah, no, this is a crisp rat-free zone. Buddy, Thomas, how many times have you done this? Come on, my dude. Whee! Hi! Evo. Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. Welcome. There he is! Here he comes! Here comes the boy! I'll never do that ever again. I'm so sorry. I tried to move away from the microphone so that it wasn't nearly as bad, but I'm sure it was still loud and bad. I'm so sorry. I couldn't help it. Timer went off. I didn't have to whisper anymore. No more whisper, Kaysh. Don't even worry about it. No, genuinely, I am so sorry. Yeah. Hi. Okay, what's in here? Save spot. I hear somebody, like, stomping around a bit. Creature of Providence. You don't get to see what it is.
But
Oh,
it cannot be
boy.
done. At least not in time. I sit here. Sit at these keys day after day, night after night, trying to compose some form of counterpoint, some form of countersong to the honeyed lament of that creature.
Cool. Have you considered getting good at composing then?
Am I foolish to hope that this might work?
Because, you know, it's
I
just
can
that
stop
easy.
my father? One misstep, one false note on my part would be catastrophic.
Odysseus and the
Could be
Sirens!
far worse than the sirens' enchantments. But what choice do I have? I cannot turn my back on others, or allow him to succeed.
I mean, you could.
Without some form of counter, all of us, and many more, will be lost. Will be lost. Will be lost.
Is this an Edgar Allan Poe novel? Everything is dark and hopeless?
Will be lost.
Probably.
Will be lost.
Okay, I get it, Elizabeth.
Will be lost.
Are you just gonna... She's just gonna... She's just gonna keep doing it? Saying it? And ow!
Thomas, can you hear me? You must stay still when Father's not playing.
Hope! Stay still when Father's not playing. Alright. Oh. Where is this man? He's in the other room. That's totally understandable and okay. Go to sleep, Sarah. Thank you for being here and hanging out for as long as you have. And for all the support that you've given us tonight. I super duper appreciate it. Take care of your dang self. Rest well. We'll see you later.
Congrats on the year. Here's to another 10 laughing faces.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Streaming for forever. Never stopping. But no, seriously, have a great rest of your night. And thank you for all the love and the support. And just... You're great. We'll see you later, friend. Alright, can he, there we go. I need to flip all of these switches. Okay, stop breathing in the stink. Can he, like, stop creeping around, maybe? Okay. Oof. This boss fight's not nearly as bad as the big boy. Still not great, though. There's just so many stink clouds! Who's farting? Why are you farting so much? Stop with the farts! He's getting awfully close and I don't like it. Where? Is it this one? I'm just gonna run through the stinks. It doesn't matter. Should I heal up? Let's just go. Excuse me? Oh, okay. What is my objective?
Thomas, my love, come to me. I'm waiting for you by the Grand Harmonium.
Is he gone? Oh, It's all good, Nate. Don't even worry about it. It's fine. Oh, there's the key. But yeah, it's been a whole dang year, and it's been wild and wacky, and I'm excited to see what more will come from all the nonsense that we're doing. And just generally just excited to hang out and spend more time with everyone. It's been a lot of fun getting to know everyone and share stuff that I'm like really excited and passionate about. I love me my horror mystery games. And to be able to share it with folks is awesome. Where are we? Oh, we're on the ground floor. Okay. There's a crown key over there. There's also one on the second floor. On the first floor. Who knows? It doesn't matter. I said I wanted to, like, achievement hunt a little bit, and I don't know that I care enough at this point. Can I grab that? Hey, grab that. I heard someone. Heard someone hissing. Oh! It's Henry! Good old Henry boy. Let's walk on past, buddy. Oh, we haven't been here, like, at all. Okay. That's why I'm confused. Okay, okay, okay. Alright, I understand what's happening now. I was like, we're on the first floor. I've been everywhere here. No, this is a whole section that I have not explored yet. Because it's been locked off to us. But no longer! Everything is accessible now. I am working on it. At this point, the only thing that's stopping us from doing the Worst Man in Revachol is, I am still trying to find a charity for us to donate to. A lot of the trouble comes down to the fact that there are, because we would want to, like, focus on an addiction and alcohol recovery sort of charity, it's very difficult to find one that is not super, religious-y, specifically Christian-leaning, or that is super LGBTQ friendly. And as somebody who, without getting too much into it, has my own sort of baggage relating to organized religion, and also identifies as LGBTQ. I want to make sure that we're donating to a group that we trust and whose mission is in line with the stuff that we believe in and stand for. I've got a couple in mind, and there is one specifically that I need to reach out and speak to, but hopefully within the next couple of months. Yeah. A lot of the ones that I was finding are not necessarily local to me, which is not something that I necessarily need. I don't need it to be, like, a local charity. But worst comes to worst, we can always, like, donate to one that is a little more localized somewhere. But yeah, I think it's just, because I want to do it as a charity stream, I think it's important that we, find one that also falls in line with, like, the kind of content that we're covering for Disco Elysium. You know? Yeah. That's my spiel on that. Where am I? Where am I going? I need to go... Fuck! Oh no. Oh no. But yeah, I'm looking at, like I said, a couple of different charities. I just gotta hone it in a little bit more. But we are making progress on it, and it will happen sometime soon. Probably, like I said, not within the next couple of months, because we've got, we're doing today's stream, obviously, which is a longer one. And then Halloween, we've got our subathon, which I'm still in the process of planning out in full, getting, details of that settled. So it might not be until, like, November or December, at the earliest. But yeah, I have not forgotten. Still working on it. I'm very excited to do that. Yeah, no, Halloween's barely a month off. Oh, hey. Lady Cakes. Are we ready to...
Thomas!
Continue
My
the
love,
spooky season?
You're safe.
I like her outfit.
I had to flee the attic. I've been hiding from them ever since.
But
But we must hurry.
which
you have
I
the
kind
cylinders?
of want to do, like, with everyone, if we're all up for it. I'd love to do, like, a costume party with everyone. I'll definitely be dressing up. I don't know that I wouldn't necessarily want to do, like, a costume contest or anything, but I would still love to, like, have everyone else, anyone who's comfortable with it, dressing up and showing off their costumes with us. I don't know. Yes, please? Yes, please. Oh, I haven't finished finding them yet.
We need all 4 parts of the siren song, all of the cylinders, or this will not work. Find them, and quickly.
But yeah,
I'll
I
hide
think
here until you return.
if people are comfortable with it, I would love to do, like, a little, like, show off of everyone's costumes. I think that could be super fun. And interesting, if people are up for it. We need to go... She's blocked off all the fucking doors! Elizabeth, how am I supposed to do shit for you if you've locked all the doors? Goodness gracious, ma'am. What do we got going on over here? There's a thing in the auditorium? Is that the theater? I think there's also a doorway to get out to the gardens over here. That's the chapel. Why are you in here? Do I have the key for this? Don't mind this terrible grating sound over here, buddy. That's so loud, and he just did not give a shit. Oh, hey, we found Arthur. Sounds good. It's nice seeing ya. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Take care of yourself. Rest well. We'll see you later, friend. Got Arthur Morris's music. Is there... What we got going on over here? Oh, this leads down into the mines, right? We're almost done with this game. We're doing good. There is no thing in here. I would like to go to the gardens, please. If I may. Don't mind me, y'all. It's not even a big deal. I'm not bothering you guys. Can't get me, I'm on the elevator. We're almost there. We're in the final stretch. We're gonna get it. It's gonna be great. Can you open? Oh, right, it's behind me. Never remember. I'm taking, like, the long route to get where I want to go. Fucking hell. There's no map available. It's up this way. Of course, it's where this man is going. Just wander up behind him. It's fine. I could just run through. Hear me out. Also, dog's barking. Dog is fine. Where's that music coming from, though? Can we still hear Henry crying here? Despite the fact that he's inside? Alright, well that's fun. It's okay, let's... I'm really glad that they are letting me, like, progress back through there, though. It sucked that we got, like, locked out and then had to backtrack again to get to the main area. Okay, can I... Oh, I gotta go through the maze again. It might just be worth it to run through. No one can stop me. I think a bunch of weirdo cult members with bags on their head can stop me? They probably can, so... We'll save. I do have this weapon! I keep forgetting that I've got the orb on me. And could technically use it to stun them. So maybe we'll use the orb. Yeah, the orb. I know Fruity would frown on it, but, you know. What does Fruity know? Lots. Not me running directly into him. Fruity, you should go to sleep. I appreciate you trying to stick through with it, but you should go to bed. It's late. They wouldn't let me pull the orb out. And that's a bit of a problem. Why can't I pull orb out? All of the internet moms are telling you to take care of your dang self. You gotta do it, Fruity. It's the law. It's very late, though, and I totally understand. Don't force yourself to stay up. We'll see you later, friends. We're still planning for the thing tomorrow. Go to sleep for the vine. Do it for the vine. The thing. I mean, I don't know why I'm being so cryptic about it. I assume that it's possibly common knowledge. I'll let you decide if that's a thing you want to answer. Okay, what's going on? East. Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure, and so I didn't want to, like, you know, reveal a thing if it wasn't. No, so we're gonna be, finishing reading My Immortal tomorrow during Fruity's stream. It's gonna be great. If you want to cringe with us and talk about how gothic we are, come hang out. I mean, we'll definitely be doing more Valheim as well, but... Valid. I forgot, tomorrow is Saturday. We got our dang Danganronpa, but we're finishing it this weekend. Gonna be all done. All done this weekend. Oh, dang. Not all day, just some of the day. No, I can definitely play Valheim for some of the day as well. Is that all of the cylinders? It is. Go to sleep. We'll chat at you later, Fruity. We love you. Thank you for being here. You wonderful, lovely human being. Alright, that's all the dang cylinders. Let's get out of here. That's a bear trap. Do not step in the bear trap. We are trying to avoid being caught. Stepping in a bear trap would be counterproductive for that. So let's get out of here. This way? This way. Good job, Cyril. I haven't looked at Discord yet. I had to cover it up because I kept seeing Danny DeVito Waluigi. Or not Waluigi, Wario, and I was like, I need to stop looking at Wario. I can't look at Danny, I have to finish stream! I'll look at Danny once we're done with stream. Oh, goodness. Also, I need 1 look per hour. No. That's too much. I still haven't burned into my brain. I've got Danny DeVito Wario just sitting right next to Dilf Tax Frog. Again, these images are living rent-free in my brain. And it's a lot. It's a whole thing. Okay. Where is my exit? In the only dang room I can get into. Fucking hell. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost there! I hear a boy walking around. I don't know where they are. And I'm concerned that they are in here. They are absolutely in here. But that's fine! Because my exit is somewhere on the other side of this room. Right here. Wasn't even worried. How do I get out of here, though? Straight forward, left, straight forward. Okay. Alright, we got this. You're concerned. I'm not concerned. I'm not even worried. I think this is it, though. Like, genuinely, I think this is the end. I think average playthrough, 6 to 8 hours, we're basically done. This is it. We got the 4 cylinders. Elizabeth's up here. We're gonna tell her we don't trust her.
Have you found them?
6 Danny Linux. No, I don't trust you. I will play the counter song. Because Elizabeth's a little wacky at this point.
We shall end all this madness and disharmony and gain control of the Siren's song for ourselves. bring order to them. What are you doing? No! Thomas, you don't understand.
Elizabeth is vibing. Nah. She plotting. Not today, bitch!
Thomas? What am I doing? The count
It was
said yes.
it was evil, Elizabeth. Now she's vibing. Right though, I would like this outfit. Please and thank you. Also, there it is! There's the siren! Dang singing bird!
We need to end this. End all this misery and suffering. To free this thing and my family from this curse.
Rip. Nah, she fine. She okay. Get out of here! Be free, siren! Goodbye! Goodbye! Be free, bird! There she goes. Not free, bird! In the light. Oh.
New harmony was found.
She says, no, no, no,
Old
okay,
chains
so
were
I
broken.
got this.
And in the aftermath of the song's end, a new one began.
So yeah, that's Maid of Sker. Good game. Good game. I still very much enjoyed it. I am gonna skip all this. For reasons. But that's it. That's the dang game. I still very much enjoyed this. Oh, look! See? Dog's fine. I told you dog was fine. Dog's fine! That's a big doggo. I don't remember this cutscene, though. Maybe that's new. Did we really only play for 3.5 hours? Did we dick around on stream for 2.5 hours? Okay. That's fine. We only got one death, though. Hey. Whatever. We did good. So yeah, that's Maid of Sker. I still very much enjoyed it. Still a good game. And I might check out some of the other modes at some point on my own time. I've been meaning to and just haven't gotten to it. But now, yeah. And that's our Streamiversary celebration stream, y'all. We fucking did it. We've done it. We've been here for a whole year. And you know what? We're gonna be here for a whole year more. At least a whole nother year. And it's gonna be fantastic and lovely and wonderful. We will continue to do the thing. No. We will finish another game. I guess we'll stick around and, you know, do some fun shit together. But let us call it there. I'm tired. I'm sure y'all are tired. It's late. it's time to rest. Let me get those raid messages pulled up. As always, just thanks for being here, guys. You're all amazing, wonderful, beautiful human beings, and I'm just very happy to know all of you and share some of this nonsense that I do with y'all. Yeah. I'm excited to share more ridiculous moments with everyone as well. Let's see. Thank you for making it as enjoyable as it was for me. And I'm glad that you guys had a blast with it. Let's go ahead and set up a raid. Looks like I only have 2 people online at the moment. ATM0 is doing some Gartic Phone. And Hugh is doing some Tales of Arise. Do we want to check any of them out? Do we want to go hang out with some new friends? I tried to see if there was anyone doing some Maid of Sker as well. But there are no lovely, lovely little queer beans doing some stuff. Cauliflumps. I mean, we gotta go for the gotta go for the Valheim, right? Yeah, but Allie, I can't raid you. I'm sorry. No, let's go hang out with Cauliflumps. I will probably stand up and stretch and then try and see about hopping into Valheim. We'll see. I don't know. It might take me a little too long to stretch. Who knows? But no, seriously, guys, thank you for just being wonderful, lovely humans and hanging out with me and just being delightful and fun and wonderful. And like I said, I'm just super excited to see what the next year is going to bring for us as well.